Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Collision will begin in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage CEO and co-founder of Collision and Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
I'm still alive, you're still alive, it's impressive. I'm really scared of lightning, I'm so terrified of lightning. We don't get it in Ireland. I was so scared last night. But there was a lot of rain, so that made me feel very comfortable, in spite of the incredible lightning. We're gonna kick off with our first panel. The founders of Kabam and DraftKings speak about the challenges and opportunities in their kingdoms within the online entertainment business. Big round of applause for Kurt Wagner, Holly Liu, and Jason Robbins.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Happy Thursday. I believe it's still Thursday.
I think so.
Good morning to you guys.
Morning.
Everyone awake?
Yeah.
We got some coffee. We were like pounding coffee back there. I think we're all good. Holly and Jason, thank you both for being here. We're going to talk about kind of building online communities today and kind of the challenges, but also the techniques and how you guys have gone about doing that, because you each have a substantial online user base for your respective businesses. So I think we'll kind of assume that everyone here knows what you guys do with Kabam and DraftKings. So I'm going to start with maybe a little more high-level question, which is, once you get the great product, right? Once you know what you're selling here, what's the most important thing that you need to do in order to get the ball rolling on actually building an audience, right? You know you're doing fantasy sports. Okay, what's next? Like, what's the most important thing?
Do you want to?
Sure, we'll go first. So early on, if you're in the early stage, I think the most important thing is to get users. And early on, we did a lot of unscalable stuff when we started with original IP, making our Kingdoms of Camelot. However, as we switched to, depending on live content, or not live content, but content from the outside, when we partnered with Hollywood brands such as Marvel or Fast and Furious, we found what was most important is to engage them as early as possible. And this actually probably works as well if you're building like organic communities, is to try to build your audience before you need them, because they're already there. So it's things like reaching out to them. For us, we had a great Marvel fan base to go to Comic-Con, reaching out on blogs, all of those things can be incredibly helpful.
Jason, so I assume, it sounds like, obviously I assume users are the important part, right? But it sounds like branding yourself kind of with existing, like a Marvel, someone that people are familiar with is what kind of brought people in the door.
That's right. As we shifted to doing a lot more partnerships with Hollywood, certainly leverage the brand. That will be super helpful in helping you build your audience. But if you don't have a brand in your original, one of the things you can do is find people who are interested in whatever you're building and start building the audience from there.
Jason, you guys, there was a lot of fantasy sports already out there, but you guys came in with something a little different. You were like, hey, we're daily fantasy, we're not season long. But what do you, after that, right? Like you have a product, what actually gets people to try it?
So, you said something in the beginning. You said in the beginning you have to do things that are unscalable. I think that's actually a really good comment. If you're a startup, you probably don't have enough cash to scale many things up anyway on the marketing side. So just get users. If you don't get users, then nothing else matters. So figure out how to do it, even if there are things that are unscalable. Another thing that I remember early on, so I had always worked in analytically driven companies, particularly on the marketing side. And I had never been at a startup before, so everywhere I had gone, there were tons of data, loads of data that you could look at to say, okay, this works, that doesn't. And, starting once you had the product in place, starting to do marketing, you don't have any of that at a startup. So it was just kind of mentally getting over the hump of trying things and knowing that most of it's not going to work.
Right.
And don't get too caught up in, wow, is my product now? If something isn't working in the beginning, sometimes it's just shots on goal. So just be willing to try a lot of different things, and once something is working, double, triple down, like immediately just recognize that and go after it. I think that's incredibly important too.
You mentioned things that are unscalable. I don't think, if you've never started a business, I don't think it's hard to really wrap your head around that kind of stuff. What's an example of something? I mean, are you literally like calling, I'm imagining, I'm picking up the phone and I'm calling customers to get them to join. Like, that's maybe dramatic, but what's an example of something that people might be like, whoa, I can't believe you had to do that?
I don't think, for us at least, I don't think it was something that's, unscalable to the degree of, calling people up personally on the phone. And at the same time, it wasn't something that we could have pressed the gas on and, 50x'd it from where we were. It was somewhere in the middle. It was, if there was an opportunity through, somebody that has like a really good Twitter feed with a very highly targeted group, you can get them to start promoting you to maybe pick up a couple hundred users, an influencer. Is that a highly scalable strategy? I mean, maybe not. Maybe that's going to get you at most to a few hundred users a month, but that's a lot in the beginning. So whatever works and whatever's cheap, that's the key. If it's cheap and if it works, it doesn't matter as much if it's scalable.
Holly, were you picking up the phone?
For us, we did something even more drastic. We invited our friends and family to bang on our product before we launched it. That's like an example of something highly unscalable. It's great to get some outside data points because you've been looking at this thing, and definitely take it with a grain of salt, but you're looking for patterns on those things. And then when we were able to iterate before we launched on it, that was actually a really good tool, something cheap. You could apply them with beer and pizza, as well as you think your friends and family are going to hold back punches. Like, usually they're quite honest, more honest than you expect. And then one of the things that we did is, because we knew, so when we did fan communities around TV shows and sports teams, we were on Facebook, and we went into the individual groups of like Grey's Anatomy fans, and we told them about our app.
Got it.
And that's an example, because it was just so time consuming. But it ended up building a lot of great relationships that just started getting more and more, like double, triple, and plus the platform was growing for Facebook in terms of users.
Yeah, I want to ask a little bit about having a product that lives on a third-party platform like a Facebook. So correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys were never, were you ever on another platform in that way? Or were you always doing kind of your own app?
Store, but if you're talking about like the Canvas, I think at one point we had a Play Money game on there, but never with our current product.
So maybe talk a little bit about the challenge of, we've heard this, like, people don't download apps anymore. That's the narrative. I don't think that's, that's obviously over dramatized a little bit, but like, how do you get someone to find you in the App Store or find you on Facebook or whatever it may be? There's a lot of entertainment out there.
We're just kind of talking
we
about
just throw
this.
money
you
at
know
the
better
problem?
about that than I do.
We were just talking about this. So we got onto mobile around 2012, and there just wasn't much on the App Store. I mean, there was like Angry Birds, but there wasn't this concept of downloading apps for free and then you pay later. So what's been really fabulous around that was that we were able to get in some basically what we call performance-based marketing, where you buy ads. But we were trying a lot of crazy stuff. We were doing Pandora ads. There were people singing about our game called Keen as a Camelot, like
Nice.
a cowboy, a country song. Like it was, somebody was
Naturally.
rapping about it. It was
Right.
really funny. And so we tried a lot of different things, and we kept on using that and pushing that. But what ends up happening is everybody learns really quickly, and particularly games have been on the forefront of almost bidding up very high the cost of user acquisition.
Yeah.
And so it became really cost prohibitive for us, particularly if you're original IP, meaning if it's not something that you're working with a brand. So that's one of the reasons why we shifted towards brands, is because we can help get the user acquisition costs a lot lower, especially when we buy. Obviously, the other thing is using the featuring tool of Apple
Yeah.
and Google. So one of the challenges on living on a platform is you live by their rules and how their ecosystem is set up. So one of the hardest things that we had early on is when people would go to we would get a user and they're ready to download, and we lost them. We had no idea because they wouldn't give us an ID. So there was nothing tracking. We couldn't tell
Got it.
how effective Facebook was versus Twitter, because there was no what they call deep linking. Now there's complete companies dedicated to that. They opened it up. They were a nascent platform. So we've kind of grown with the platform and learned a lot of different things. But today, it is quite consolidated, I will say that, and the costs are quite high on user
Well, there's only a
acquisition.
couple app stores, right? I mean, it's not like you can go out and
Unless you
shop
go to
around.
China.
Yeah,
China has a ton.
okay.
Very
But it sounds really like, to summarize, you threw a lot of money at the problem, or you threw some money at the problem.
We threw some money at the
Yeah.
problem, and at that time, the some money was really cheap.
Right.
But later, we've started building relationships with brands and Apple and Google. That's not to say that it can't be done in this type of market
And
without
Jason,
brands.
you guys obviously know a thing or two about the marketing side. You guys made a big TV ad push a couple years ago during football season. So is simply opening the checkbook and saying, like, we need to get that brand name out there, is that the best way, or is there something that you've learned that works better or at least different?
Yeah, I think you have to spend to be able to test things. So definitely being willing to go and try things, sort of similar to the comment I made earlier of when you're coming into an environment where you don't have any historical data, you're going to have to spend money to figure it out. That's just the reality. Being smart and efficient in doing that is still possible. We had a challenge, however, in that we have a seasonal product, and the marketing is very seasonal for us. So it wasn't as easy to iterate as it would be if we didn't have that constraint. So probably more than most, we had to really, I think, spend to learn, because our windows of learning were so light. But it was still incredibly important that everything that we did was backed in some kind of testing, something to inform it. Just kind of opening up the checkbook and going in blind isn't smart. But opening up the checkbook and saying, I'm going to be willing to take some shots and test things and figure it out, that's the way we went about it.
The seasonality thing is interesting, and you guys are sports, so sports are just seasonal by nature.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit about this backstage. It's like there are dead periods in the sports world. NBA playoffs will end, and football hasn't started yet, so all there is baseball. Or, baseball hasn't started, and NFL's done, so all there is basketball. Like, those are kind of weird windows in the sports world. How do you make sure that if I'm an avid NFL fan and I'm playing your game all season long, and then NFL ends, and now there's kind of this awkward gap before baseball starts, that you don't lose me to Kabam or something like that, right? Like, how do you know that I'm going to come back?
Well, hopefully we can share with Dan. I think that you don't know, and you have to do marketing to really make sure that you maximize and optimize that reactivation. Some people are going to come back organically, and you look at it as a life cycle thing too. Once people have been playing for a period of time and they've reactivated seasonally in multiple years, they're more likely to come back. but getting somebody who just plays NFL, for example, to come back that second NFL season is a huge driver in whether that person's going to be with us for many years to come, or we may never see them again.
Yeah.
So being able to know and market to that person, and whether it's a TV ad they see or a push notification through their app or some combination of all those things, being able to kind of break through the noise of all the other things going on at the beginning of NFL season. At the beginning of NFL season, everyone's, who's into these types of games, they're signing up for their season-long leagues, they're entering their survivor pools at work.
Right, they're not going to forget, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, they're going to forget maybe to do yours. They won't forget about the start of NFL, but, I at one point was in like 100 fantasy leagues, and over time, I didn't stay in all those leagues, and it kind of happened just because as the year started and somebody wasn't on top of it saying, hey, let's get going, and I got distracted with other things. So totally see how that can happen with a customer, and if you don't market, you said it's seasonal and it's also sports are event-driven.
Yeah.
So you have to market around the events, whether it's the start of the season or a big golf major, or whatever the events where people are most primed to reactivate, market then. And there was never a business that I worked at before this that ever functioned that way. It was always just, there was some seasonality to it, but it was always the common kind of direct marketing thing is it's 40% offer, 40% media, and 20% creative. Never have I ever heard anybody say it's any percent time of year.
Right.
But for us, it's like 50% or more time of year.
It's important. Do you guys deal with the same kind of thing in your industry, which is, I have a tough time imagining like an off season for gaming,
games.
but
So there is a little bit of seasonality, but less of that. In fact, we've kind of been more of the solution of seasonality. So like a Marvel movie comes out, and between the next Marvel movie, how do you engage your fans? Come play our game. So there is a lot less seasonality. We do see sometimes dips on some of our games around when school starts at times, which is kind of interesting.
You mean
We have
people
less
are
time.
doing homework
Can
and
you
like
believe
going
that?
to class?
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
With the movies, would it be event-driven though?
Yes.
Like if a movie came out, your app would...
Incredibly event-driven. So we do a big kind of blast around there, trying to get our partners engaged, get exclusive content into the game, like an exclusive trailer, do a lot of tie-ins with there. We also see a great bump around Christmas, even more so in the past years, where people would they hadn't gotten a phone before, and they're like, we're looking for content, or they upgrade their phone and they're looking for content. You see, definitely Christmas time is something that's incredibly...
It's like the VR headsets, right? Everyone gets one at Christmas, and the apps spike for 3 days and go back down. Holly, you mentioned backstage, I found this super interesting. You guys had done a fantasy sports game for a while.
And it
didn't work.
I didn't know that.
See, look at
Yeah.
it. So what didn't work about it? Like what's your advice
Totally felt the pain of the
Jason
seasonality.
here?
Advice to Jason. I'm sure he gives us
did
more
it in the
advice.
middle of summer, that's why.
Yeah, that's something we learned. It was like a very white-knuckled August for us on fantasy football, because you just didn't know. Ours is a pretty funny story, because we've been around for quite some time, since 2006, and we also got onto the Facebook platform. But at the time when we got onto the Facebook platform, we were fan communities for TV shows and sports teams. And later evolved just to sports, because we were getting closer and closer into gaming. And our first foray into games was actually the brackets of March Madness, because Facebook had such a big college crowd that we said, oh my gosh, this completely makes a lot of sense. And then we moved into full-on fantasy football. And the year that we launched, our product manager, he's like, oh my God, this is a white-knuckled August, because we're trying to figure out how to monetize, because at the same time it was a recession that year. And we're like live scoring, because that's what everybody did. They charged $9.99 for this live scoring, and then Yahoo announced that they were giving free live scoring. We're like, oh my gosh.
Yahoo.
But one of the things we completely found out was the communities were really dependent on the outside content, which sometimes made it hard. So it's not just seasonality, but things like for TV shows. I don't know if you remember that show Heroes. Started out really great, but then the writing kind of got poor. We saw that in our communities as well. There's one year, I think Arizona Diamondbacks got all the way to the playoffs, and that community just shot up.
Right.
And the Steelers community had shot up. But it was very interesting to see, like, when sports teams were doing well, our communities were doing well in those specific communities. I don't know if you see that, but you're at least more holistic.
You're kind of reliant on, this, like if Tom Brady gets hurt and he's out all season, does that freak you out? Are you sitting there going, crap, Tom Brady's hurt, this is going to hurt ratings, it's going to hurt interest? Like, you do kind of have to rely on things that are outside of your control. I guess that's with any business, but maybe more so with what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw that last year. Totally unrelated reason, I believe, was the driver. I think the NFL ratings will rebound this year. Last year, I think it was the election.
Right.
It was distracting everyone, and there is an impact to fantasy football for sure. If people are paying more attention to something else, then they're not paying attention to their fantasy football team.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the entertainment world, you're fighting for their wallet and their time.
Yeah.
That's mainly what it is. He could be playing, fantasy football versus my game.
Yeah. I mean, we had people quitting during the summer saying they were going to the beach. I mean, it could be anything, right?
Right.
So when you have something that's distracting a lot of people in the media world, and it's affecting the ratings of the underlying sports on which our games, interact with, it's going to have an effect, and vice versa too. When we're doing a lot of marketing and growing our games and bringing in more users, then the ratings go up. So it's all part of the same kind of, thing, and it all moves together.
So 30 seconds left. If there's an entrepreneur out there who wants to build a community, what's the one little nugget of advice that you've received over the years that you think you carry with you or that you would give to someone else?
I'd go back to start with doing unscalable things. Try.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I won't steal yours because that's
That is a good one.
say
That was a
it's
good one. It's very
I already
succinct,
stole
too.
it once too. I would say that once you have your customers, just start pouring through data. You're going to be light on it at first, but as soon as you start getting in data, there's going to be tons of insights, and a lot of the big learnings come early. So spend time with the data.
Yeah, it's in the numbers. Thank you both so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. We have our Q&A stage back again, and Holly is going to be out there right now answering any questions if anybody wants to visit her out there. And next up, we have Blipper's founder, who shows us how any sufficiently advanced technology is almost indistinguishable from magic. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Ambarish Mitra.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ambarish Mitra, founder and CEO of Blipper. And today I'm going to talk about reality and beyond, and I'm going to cover aspects of augmented reality and virtual reality, the two really big buzzwords you guys hear about a lot. So one of the key points to note here before I move forward, I want to differentiate the two concepts because A lot of people use these two concepts interchangeably, but there is a difference, at least at this stage where we are in the technology life cycle. Virtual reality almost has nothing to do with immediate reality, what you see with your eyes. If you could be in this room and you want to transport yourself to walking in Venice or walking in Sahara or a different environment, it's almost escaping from reality. So you go to a virtual environment. Augmented reality is about enhancing reality. So the real world is really, really relevant, what you see with your eyes, and it's right in front of you, and something needs to trigger from what's in front of you. And that's why the word literally means augmentation of reality. And of course, there's an era of mixed reality coming on, and where these two are going to blend, and we're not totally there yet, but some very interesting players are coming in the picture. So what Blipper is trying to build, for those of you who don't know us in the room, we have this vision that we want to index the whole physical world. And some people have almost criticized us for it, like, why do you want to do it? And initially in our journey, we were classic augmented reality platform where we would look at images and things would trigger from it. We realized that for augmented reality to scale, reality is very important. So today you can augment one object, two objects at a time, but if you really see augmented reality as a worldwide momentum, computers need to understand reality. And this will become very evident when I go into the demonstration mode. But if computers don't understand what a chair is, or what an apple is, or what a dog is, or what a spacecraft is, or what a flower in your garden is, content creators, developers won't be able to really create content on top of it. So hence, you would have seen several examples. Those of you who know more about augmented reality, the technology has been around for over 10 years. But we are entering an era where artificial intelligence and augmented reality combined together will play a very, very important role. And this is a natural evolution. And do not treat augmented reality as something very innovative, something really cool. It would become one of the most dominant part of how people access information. And it has a very high correlation to how humans itself have evolved. And these are just evolution steps which explain when R&D in these eras started. So if you remember, 1995 to 2000, it was the phones. When mobility came into our lives, it was all about texting and calling. And soon, computing fundamentally changed, and all the thinkers in the world, including people like Steve Jobs, important point came into our lives that computing doesn't need to have friction. You know, like just typing on the keyboard is a behavior that exists, but it's still an awkward behavior. Computing needs to align with how humans are naturally built. Hence, touch-based computing came into the scenario. In mid-2000, and phones and devices and screens went into a touch mode, because it's natural for humans to touch. Then came the evolution of Siri, Cortana, and now very dominantly Alexa, which is more natural language translation, where it's conversational, it's hearing-based. If you look at the brain utilization of touch versus hearing, the biggest challenge we have ahead of us, 42% of our brain is used by our optic nerve. And equally, in the world of computers, computer vision still is a very challenging environment. It's getting there, but for AR, VR to really, really go mainstream as a part of ambient, to be around us everywhere, computer vision needs to almost understand things as good as how humans understand with our eyes, processing 19 million things per second. And that's the next challenge, which of course we are working on, and several other companies are working on it, is not to be ignored, but that era has started. We will reach a time pretty soon where you can literally look at anything and those things will talk back to you and you can have a conversation with it. And our lives just won't be revolving around devices or one particular device at a time. And several industry leaders are massively betting on it as well. Very recently, you guys heard Mark Zuckerberg talking about Facebook's massive investment in augmented reality. Tim Cook as well. Apple hasn't been quiet on this topic. For last 1 year, they're dropping a lot of signals that they're taking AR as the next computing medium very seriously. And it's going to be a very natural move. So why 2017, all these leaders, all big thinkers are coming onto it now more than ever before? Because there are fundamentally changes happening in computing itself. And both hardware and software and cloud has a big role to play before any technology movement converges. So of course, processing speeds, deep learning, enhancement of deep learning, quality of cameras and pictures itself improving massively. And on the visual side, technologies like SLAM, simultaneous localization and mapping, coming into play. Advanced 3D rendering, and like how can you take a very complex 3D model and make it portable into phones and in glasses. All these miniaturization of very otherwise things which you've seen in movies like Pixar, but how can it work on your phone? There's huge advancements in these era. And one last thing I want to talk about before I move into a more demo mode is augmented reality will have two different strands of technology which are moving forward right now, and they haven't also collided. One is the semantic classification, which is understanding the world as you see it, like chair, table, speakers, lights, audience, a classification of the world. And another side is geometry side, which is more about how can you place things in the real world, which is aspects of Tango or HoloLens, those guys are working on, where you understand spatial understanding, where can I locate a piece of content exactly somewhere there or in a particular location and where all planes and surfaces are. And at this stage, these two strands haven't collided, but we anticipate something like this happening in next 1 year. So I've been talking about a lot of things which sounds very theoretical, but let me give you a bit of a demo to make you understand certain different examples and strands, how this is evolving. So if we could move on to the demo mode, please. So what you're seeing on my phone, I'm going to switch on this application called Blipper Beta. And immediately what's happening, and just so you know, everything I'm doing is live on a 3G, 4G connection. And this is the world's first real-time AI, visual AI engine. Anything it looks at on your phone, it'll start describing it. Almost like a child, I think like a 6 to 8 year old, and it classifies everything that you're looking at. So right now it says energy, business, I don't know, it's a laptop somewhere, and there's an aspect of lens flare because there's a lot of light which it's seeing, and panoramic, and it somehow, it's believing what it's seeing through the camera, but if I go like really specific, the words would change. Immediately, and it'll start saying group, recreation, conference, performance, and again, if I pointed at it, the words would change into flat panel, monitor, gadget, TV. My environment here is very restrictive, so I cannot demonstrate the whole world to you, but if you try using it on pretty much anything in the world, 70 to 80% of it should be able to classify, including fish market, Gothic cathedral, jazz bar, Like point it at anything, and it'll be able to explain it to you on a generic level. This is a demonstration of the semantic computer vision AI, which it's a classifier. It's a machine with a vocabulary of 33,000 words, and it can describe almost like a human being most things it sees in real time. So what happens to it? What happens to it when you point more specific things to it? So in this case, I couldn't bring a real car here, so I brought some pictures, but it'll work on a real car on the street. So if I point it at this particular vehicle, it says 2013 to 17 Ford Fusion. That's very precise. You know, even the human cannot precisely guess which year a car is just by looking at it. And this is just not me saying for the sake of words. You should try it on any vehicle in America, point it out. In 100 milliseconds, it'll tell you not just about the car, but every other detail associated with it. So let's see what appears over here. I'm having a bit of a slow connection, but bear with me. It'll say customer reviews, expert reviews, look inside. So if you press look inside, you'll notice it's loading again, sorry. It's not meant to be. So what does the Ford Fusion look like? So I'm literally now walking around. It's a gyro-based technology. You can look in interiors of any given car in the US market. So these are just examples how use cases of how people would use it. So I'm going to come out of it and again point at another given vehicle, and it should be able to recognize that. And one thing you will find slightly fascinating, it's a Cadillac CD6, that it will work better off real things than in images, which is more useful. I mean, what I don't want you to go away thinking that this is something we pre-programmed just for the demonstration purposes here. Actually, the speed and the recognition is way more accurate when you use it in the real car, in the real world, because images of cars are heavily manicured and photoshopped, and it works way more better in the real world than all filters and Photoshop aspects applied. So I'll show you some examples of augmentation. So this is something we did with Snoop Dogg on T-shirts and things like that, where you point the same phone on, sorry, it's a bit unstable here. You point the same phone at this particular image of the Snoop Dogg album, and it transforms. And all these things, you can code it by yourself. For developers in the room, there's a whole SDK. You can program anything in the physical world, from images to objects, and create a lot of special effects. And you can take a selfie with Snoop, and I mean, I have to, I guess, reverse the camera. So if I'm in the room, I can take a picture with him, and we're like hanging out together here. So yeah, Snoop says hello, and that's just a simple demonstration. I want to show you something very different and never been ever demonstrated before to any audience live. Is a big part of the world is people. This is not on just fruits and trees and cars. Humans are also part of the world. So if you point this program on top of at this stage, any public figure in real life, on TV, on print, bus stop, doesn't matter. Same rule as the car. It's not just image-based, but I couldn't bring celebrities with me on stage, so I have to rely on imagery. And again, this is not pre-programmed, so I bought this week's edition of Hello magazine, and then you start pointing, and it should, again, recognize everybody you point at specifically, whether it's big or small, so we exactly know who that is. And let's see if it picks up. It's a much smaller image. But again, it'll be much faster. Keep in mind the connections slightly slower over here. But if I'm just going to go through almost every person in this magazine. I don't know, coincidentally, I keep coming across the British royal family in this magazine. Nothing to do with this morning's news. That's the British Prime Minister, Theresa May. And I have another brochure I picked up from one of the stands outside. It had few other famous people, so let's start with this guy over here, in case you don't know who that is. Also picked up on his tie knot, which is a Windsor knot. And that's Cher, Kobe Bryant, and this is also a 100-millisecond engine. Everything's happening literally real time, and you're seeing the response rate. It's not restrictive to images at all. So again, if you have famous friends, so I'll put it on myself just to show you how fast and real it is. So it should have recognized me already. And again, anything you need to know about me, it should literally, it would appear, story of my life and kind of stuff like that. So that's face. And today we have landmarks, face, cars, random objects, nature, and you can get very wiki-style factual information from it, or developers can augment it and create fascinating experiences on top of it. That's all I have to show today. Thank you very much.
All right. Can today's startups help modernize government's technology? To discuss, please welcome to the stage Isaac Dover, Teresa Gao, Robert R. Snake Hansen, and Chad Fulgham. Give them a big, warm welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Isaac Dover. I'm the Chief Washington correspondent for Politico. Deal with politics and cybersecurity more now than I ever thought I would be, talking about cybersecurity as a person who writes about politics and government. We have a really good panel here today, but we don't have a lot of time. So I want to just jump right into it with you guys. How big of a problem do we have as a country with our government? What's going on in cybersecurity, and how ill-equipped is the government to deal with that problem?
Okay, I guess I'll start. Generally, when I'm speaking with government agencies, from my perspective, I try to figure out what they own and approximately what their coverage and what they know, so kind of like the delta between what they know and actually what they have. And usually it's about 10 times off. They think they have 1, they actually have 10, or they think they have 1,000, they actually have 10,000 or whatever. Which is a really bad thing because that's generally how I break in, a guy like me. I look for the things that you're not really protecting. When I talk to them about, okay, how do we get past that point and actually start getting coverage over this stuff and thinking about it or whatever, it's usually like a 2 to 3 year sales cycle. You got to work with whatever administration's in there currently, and then they got to pass a bill, and then, you know, a year or two later, you can actually submit an RFP or whatever. It's probably the slowest moving enterprise I've ever seen.
And Chad, you were dealing with this at the FBI.
Yeah, so as the FBI CIO, Director Mueller asked me this one day. He said, are we prepared for a cyber war? And I said, we have to qualify that. If you're talking about the FBI, we don't have anything on the unclassified network, really, of any importance. Everything's on secret, top secret, air-gapped, military-grade encryption. So we're pretty prepared. The rest of the government, not so much. I think you've seen this, that this is true in industry as well. A lot of it's smoke and mirrors. It's too many people with their fingers in the pie, too many things to protect. They haven't really prioritized what's important. They don't know what they have. They aren't doing the simple things. If you'll just have asset management, patch your stuff, have your malware defenses working, take away admin rights from people that don't need them. I mean, we're talking a few minor things, 80 to 85% of your problems will go away.
Do you find that people are even aware of the kinds of things? Do you have to walk them through basics, or how up to date are they in thinking about even what the kinds of problems there are out there?
Yeah, so again, I'm a recovering CIO, so I'm not going to badmouth my other CIOs and CISOs out in the world. Love all of you. But I am surprised that some CIOs I sit down with, it still is basics. You do not have to be a technologist to be a CIO, but you do have to have some fundamental understanding of what you do and how technology is going to help that mission and how you're going to protect those resources. But I do come across people that have no understanding at all, and that's surprising to me when I sit down and I have major company CIOs tell me, yeah, we only patch our servers once a year.
Right.
Wow, I mean, that's amazing. But it's not the one-off thing. It's happens a lot more than you would think.
And Teresa, from the looking at approaching this and trying to deal with the government, where does that leave you in your thinking on things?
Yeah, so unlike Robert and Chad, I don't actually do cybersecurity, I just invest in it. So what I would say is, so last year, the good news is last year, over $3 billion in venture capital went to fund technology, cybersecurity technology startups. It was the largest category of venture capital, period, and it was an all-time record. The bad news is, if you're out there trying to raise money from people like me, and you tell me that your first target market as a cybersecurity company is the government, you won't get money because of all the things that Robert and Chad were just talking about. If that's it's great if it's your second or third or fourth market. Your first market, it's going to take too long. You're going to burn through my $5 million before you get that RFP. So that's the bad news as a citizen, right? As a citizen, I feel bad,
but I
have to be making money decisions. Yeah, so that's the reality.
And have you seen companies that have tried it? What's that experience that you've seen?
There have been a few companies, but a lot of them, they get to a certain size. Even if there are a few small companies that went after the government first, but they don't get to be breakout businesses until they get outside of that. Like way back in the day, you guys probably knew the Oakley System guys, right? Like they had like NSA, and so you can get to be a $20 or $30 million business, but to be a $200 million or $1 billion revenue company, you need to go after commercial contracts, right? Mm-hmm. So the commercial enterprise sector will spend close to $80 billion on cybersecurity, various different services and technologies.
Yeah.
So.
And also, let's say you're in the process, you're actually interested in selling the government. Let's say you have your millions and you're just ready to go. The sales cycle is so long, it's hard to get a sales guy to stick around long enough to make the deal happen.
Well, can you just walk through what that process is actually like? In some.
I can't, because I've never seen it successfully done at a small scale. I've only seen it done with very, very large enterprises like a Boeing or Lockheed or something.
Sure. The FAR is fundamentally broken. That's the Federal Acquisition Regulations. Yeah. It is so complicated. There's so many myths about it. And it's very difficult to kind of break through that bureaucracy. I know this is terrible as an American, but a lot of times I waited for something bad to happen. I would wait for something in the world to go boom, and the director would look at me and go, Omni Domni, you are operating under the National Security Clause, which is a special part of the FAR. Yeah. You can buy anything you want. And I had them all ready to go. So my CFO and lawyers are in the corner throwing up, and I'm sitting there going, Daddy's going shopping, right? But you shouldn't have to do work that way. And these entrepreneurs, they want to know, how do I sell to the government? Right. It is a long sales cycle. If you try to go directly, you try to get your own contract vehicles, you're not going to win. You're not going to do it.
So how do you win?
Well, there's two major ways. One, you can partner with the large defense contractors that have those established relationships. that
And
have
give
those.
them 30 or 40% of your margin, by the way.
Well, that's an unfortunate part of that. Yes, you're correct. Or try to find those small minority-owned businesses that have special set-aside type of rules under the FAR. But those are your two paths that you have to really take.
Yeah, and when you're talking about like state government, which is a little different than federal, it's often a matter of getting through that contract vehicle, but that contract vehicle can't start until some deadline, and that can be multiple years out. It has to be voted on. Like, we know we want this product. We know we want you to work for that. We want that box in our network. We'll get it within 4 to 5 years from now. It's like there's not even a contest. You're not even a race at this point. You still can't get it to them. It's really frustrating.
The FAR is more about like redistributing. I mean, they say if you're an optimist, you say it's to have a fair and open procurement. If you're a pessimist, you're there to say, well, it's just to redistribute the money around. But the reality is, as government CIOs, they're forced to buy from all these different things and try to integrate them. So I can take a chassis from a Chevy, and I can take an engine from a Porsche, I can take tires from a tractor and so forth, and I can get that car to go from point A to point B. Now, it's going to be a terrible ride. It's going to take me a lot longer to get it put together. It's going to cost you a lot of money, and it's not going to be a great experience, right? But that's what the FAR kind of forces you to do.
And Teresa, from an investment standpoint, you were talking about the margin that has to be given away when you're dealing with the defense contract. For the other route that Chad was talking about, is that appealing at all?
To be honest with you, I'm not familiar with any of my startups, and I've been investing in security companies for 15, 16 years that have. So I know that is a route. That's not one that they've taken.
Chad, do you see any impetus to move on the FAR, on changing the FAR at this point? Or this is one of those things that in Washington just seems like it's going to be
so
locked
I
in.
came from Wall Street, right? I'm not a long-time gov. I came from Wall Street. I got hired at 34, so I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. There have been politicians that have reached out to me and other CIOs that came from industry to try to update the rules, but they never really follow through. Right. So here's my card. I will come to the Hill, and I will talk to you privately. I will talk to you publicly. You know, let's try to fix this. Because if you can't buy stuff, you can't fix stuff, right? It's that simple.
Do they have an appreciation of how deep the problem is with the FAR?
I'm not sure that they do. Maybe their staff does. Yeah. They're trying to get stuff done, and the staff is frustrated they can't get something bought. But I think if you're up there, you tend to be separated from that problem.
I think there's another problem too. A lot of times, let's say you come up with a new product idea or whatever, just getting it in front of the right person is extremely difficult. The FedBizOps website is arguably one of the worst websites ever built. It's really hard to navigate and find whatever you're supposed to do and how you're supposed to insert it. And it also might not be on that list. That might not be something they're currently looking to purchase because they've never heard of it before because you just invented it. So how do you give them the idea that they should take a look at it even if you're not even allowed to contact them directly, or they kind of dissuade you and like, this isn't about whatever you're talking about, I've never heard of that this is about firewalls and you're doing some new thing or whatever. It's very challenging if you're just starting off as a new venture-backed company to educate them. You have to end-road them in weird ways just to get in the room.
If people contacted us, we met with you. Even if it was only 15 minutes, cup of coffee at 7:30 in the morning before we started the day, or 6:30 at night, before we drive home. There was a guy, his nickname was DARPA Dan. This is after I left the FBI. And I met with him once. Great guy. And he actually instilled in his staff, and really the rest of the federal government should do this. We take public money. We're here, to serve the general public. If you are an American company and you ask for 30 minutes, you're required to give them that 30 minutes. If you get an email, you're required to respond within 24 hours. And I give him big kudos. I also give him kudos for a really cool name. DARPA Dan is a pretty cool name.
We need his email on the DARPA website, because if you actually go to DARPA right now, there's no obvious way to say, I've got something that is not listed on any of the 20 or 30 different categories in cyber or whatever. I mean, I'm just saying for the entrepreneurs starting off, it's actually really challenging.
You also have to, temper that with putting your email out there.
I was joking
because,
about that.
You'd get the emails from the ladies in the tinfoil hats, right? You've got to be careful.
Yeah, I was joking about that.
So obviously, with all the questions about Russia and everything, the political conversation is a lot about cybersecurity at the moment, except that there's not a lot of action on it. Leaving aside the Russia investigations that are, to one extent or another, going on in Washington, where do you see the hacking question going? Like, what are we going to be needing to be aware of, and how, given the problems that you've already mapped out about how you deal with government and its own technological capacity now, that hacking is moving much more quickly than the government response. What's that going to look like over these years ahead?
From a technical perspective,
Yeah.
let me take that one and then we can talk about the other pieces. I think what's going to happen is people are going to start amassing large databases of information. I've already started doing it. I see other hackers doing it too. Where if a new exploit comes out, I already know ahead of time which targets to attack, and I already know ahead of time where the websites of interest are, not just any website, but the specific ones I'm interested in. So as long as it, usually doesn't take more than an hour or two to reverse engineer a new exploit or whatever, figure out how to use it for your own purposes. So basically, as soon as you have the weaponized exploit, let's say it just came out in Metasploit or something, given their new changes to the Linux kernel that allow you to make more than 65,000 open connections at a second, which I know is technical stuff, but I can make basically as many connections outbound as I want at any given time from any machine. I can effectively hack every single vulnerable machine within seconds.
So as far as collecting large amounts of data on people, obviously I don't know anything about that. I have no comment. However, it's going to get worse, unfortunately. I mean, you got to look at the trends, right? You have to know where you've been to know where you're going. 20 years ago, why did people hack? It was for notoriety, right? I got up, on this website, I defaced it or whatever. Last 5 or 10 years, what's been the motivation? Money. What happens 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, which is where we're going, when people don't care if you know that you were in, they just want to burn your house down.
Yeah.
Cyber terrorism, when they really just don't care, they just want to disrupt. Think about our country losing power for more than, I'm talking the entire country, for more than 3 or 4 days. The fuel pumps stop working, the 18-wheelers don't move stuff around the country, panic ensues, you don't have clean water. Imagine that. And we've got
every major city is a food island, so there's no one grows food in cities, so you have to leave cities. It's kind of a major catastrophe if you lose power.
I think that's where we're going, and that to me is very scary.
We're going there. How quickly? What kind of horizon are you talking about?
Well, we already know.
How worried are you about that happening? Is that something we're talking about in the next couple of years, or is that like 20 years from now? Probably not.
So
right?
again, my best stories I can't tell you, especially in front of all these nice people, right?
They can keep a secret.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
between us.
You have things that are out in the press, that, hey, you have terrorist organizations overseas, you have criminal syndicates that are trying to recruit people with these skill sets or trying to get this tradecraft. We've got men and women, whether it's DHS or the military or my last family with the FBI. These are men and women that are out there trying to stop bad things from happening. They're trying to put bad people away. They're trying to stop this stuff. And I always have to put out there, though, they also are trying to safeguard your civil liberties. Because I do get a lot of people that say, oh my gosh, you're collecting all this data, which I don't know anything about you're talking about, okay? We don't do that kind of stuff.
Metadata only.
I still don't know what you're talking about. These are people that are really tasked with doing some serious work, some hard work. It takes a lot of patience, and God bless them for what they do.
But Chad, let me ask a follow-up, because you mentioned this backstage. So how do we get, if the procurement systems are broken, which we all agree that they are, so the cool new technology startups that are getting all this money have a hard time getting into the government, and then getting people like yourself, which is more unusual, or how do we guys like Robert? So this is the other part of it, right? So those other groups you said are recruiting people.
Yep.
What's our government, what can we do about sort of changing the recruitment piece, right? So there's only a couple of different ways to get this cybersecurity talent and knowledge in there. You can buy it, or you can buy it in the form of people. And are we doing anything
hack
there?
it.
Yeah. Are we starting to be more creative in how we employ people like Robert?
Chad, as you think about your answer, think about it as a 1-minute answer. Okay?
I have the right to remain silent, the lack of the ability. So, we are trying. I think that the new administration has an opportunity to change some of the rules, bring some of those former CIOs that are longtime govies and people that came from industry, and let them explain how they had to buy things. How could they improve it? And let's get some of these things done. Let's change the FAR. Let's change clear code. Let's update some of these rules so that we can have quicker access. Now, we'd want to do full background checks on my friend, and polygraphs and all kinds of fun stuff that we go through. But I'm hopeful that the new administration is going to move towards becoming a little bit more agile. It's not rocket science. We just need people that are willing to say, let's just do it. Let's just get together and change the stuff and try to bring the right people and the right technologies in to solve these problems.
You're hopeful, but are you optimistic? Do you think it'll actually happen?
I'm hopeful.
All right. That's our time. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Let's see if this next panel has as much fun on stage as his partner did on Tuesday. Join Stripe CFO, Lowercase Capital MD as they discuss origin stories and future plans. Please give a big round of applause for Aaron Griffith, Will Gabrick, and Matt Mazzio.
Hi, everyone.
God, I can't see anybody. Hey,
Yeah,
guys.
It's really bright up here. So the title of this session is called The Road Less Traveled. And so we're talking about non-traditional career paths. So I would love to maybe start by saying who in the audience has what they consider a non-traditional career path. Okay, a lot of you people. All right, and then the rest of you I assume, are aspiring to do that. So I'd love to just to jump in and hear about your non-traditional career paths. Can you guys just tell me how you started out and then how you made the decision to make a major switch?
Right on. You want to go or?
Kick it off.
All right. I'm doing this without the beers that Saka had, so I'll try my best. Hey guys, my name is Matt Mazzio. I run a fund called Lowercase Capital. I wasn't always doing this sort of career path. Before I actually started right out of college, I fell ass backwards into a job in entertainment. How many of you know CAA or have heard the firm? In 2005, it was one of the largest, and still is one of the largest entertainment agencies in the world. They had about half the marketplace at the time in terms of representing talent like Will Smith, Steven Spielberg, Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise. And I started at the very bottom as an assistant to an assistant there, and sort of had to convince them to let me into the mailroom. Literally had to beg to be paid below minimum wage, literally delivering mail all over town on behalf of scripts and stories all over town. And then finally made my way up through that agency and basically started a division of the firm. Again, to put you in time, Facebook was still on college campuses. YouTube hadn't won the video war. Twitter hadn't been invented. Instagram hadn't been invented. But pitched the idea that we would be able to represent talent that was internet first and build a division focused on how entertainment and tech would start to interact. And so it was one part representing new talent, people like Michelle Phan, where I would sign them, help develop them, and help them build businesses. It was one part representing tech companies and basically being a navigator for them in entertainment. And so companies like Tencent, Qualcomm, Cisco, as well as startups like RockYou and Meebo and Ustream, if you remember those guys. And then the other side was actually building companies from scratch. So Funny or Die was sort of the first one that we built a business plan, raised venture funding, and then pitched the comedy talent of the agency to build those things out. And so
you were basically the venture startup guy inside a traditional agency.
For 8 years, if you were trying to approach any of the talent of the agency, the music talent, the comedy talent, TV talent, sports talent, and you had a pitch on a startup, I was the person you sat with. If you were a tech company and you were like, hey, we want to navigate the studios, networks, sports teams, leagues, or brands, I was the guy. I was also the weird entertainment guy back in 2006-07 at South by Interactive and YC, and so playing this weird, non-traditional role in those two worlds.
So how did you decide to go from being the weird entertainment guy to the traditional venture guy?
I'd gotten to know Chris, my partner, over the course of that 8-year period. More and more of his companies, Kickstarter, Twitter, Instagram, started having major impact on our clients. And so I was the one that was always trying to push our clients further into understanding themselves, not just as talent, but as distribution too. And Chris just became sort of my guide in that world in a lot of ways. And so as he had companies that wanted to understand entertainment, I was his sort of Sherpa and vice versa. we got to know each other just by virtue of like yelling at each other all the time about what we thought the world would become.
That's a great way to apply for a job.
What, yelling
Just,
at
like,
your
yell
future
at your
partner?
future boss, yeah.
Exactly. Frankly, we still do it today. So that's the only way we know how to communicate is to loud Italian kids. And if you guys saw Chris, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But that was it. That was the path. It's just we started debating the future of where we saw media and entertainment and tech, and eventually was like, we need to just do this together. And so came on and joined for funds 2 and 3, and he was like, I'll train you in everything you don't know about venture, and you'll be able to sort of build your own career path here. And if you're good enough, you'll be able to take over the fund. So that's what we did, and on Fund 4, I took over as managing director.
What's the biggest challenge you faced in making that switch?
I think the biggest challenge is that like people pigeonhole you forever. You sort of like your resume, it very easily defines you, and this is one of the challenges that I think everybody faces is like, how do you not just look like your background and continue to push down those paths? And I think Chris is dealing with this now, right? He's a guy who's got many interests, and he's like not just an investor, and he wants to pursue all these other paths, but you actually have to put out a blog post saying, I'm not just an investor, I'm actually doing these other things.
And people still don't believe it.
And
They think
people
he's
still
gonna
don't
go
believe
back
him.
to
So
it.
I think that's one of the challenges is like, you have to continually be like showcasing that there are other parts of your personality and your interest base. And so at the beginning, I just got pitched everything in media. Every artist that I used to work with, anybody that had like your YouTube MCN or your entertainment business. And I spent a lot of time in the early days. My first few investments were like totally afield from that. So I was doing
just to try to like basically tell people, look, I'm more than the weird entertainment guy.
Because frankly, that's what I was interested in, is like not just the media stuff, but applying the lessons of like, how do you tell a story? How do you think about like building a narrative for the company? How do you think about building pitch decks and raising that next round? And then it applies to a bunch of different industries and businesses. And frankly, it's like where my skill set was most asymmetric. It's like helping the team at Mark 43 tell their story about GovTech and law enforcement tech was as impactful as it was for any media company or talent that I was working with. And so it was just a natural progression.
That's awesome. Will?
All right, I'll try to run through this quickly. Hey everyone, Will Gabrick, CFO at Stripe. So I'll start back in college, because you did as well. So I studied math in college, wanted to be a mathematician, which would have been a very different path than I ended up taking. My parents told me it was a terrible idea, and so I compromised with them, and I did something very funny, which was I went to Blackstone, about as commercial as you can get, and
that's the massive private equity firm that owns
exactly.
everything that you probably don't even realize.
Exactly, and started a math PhD at the same time. And so I did that for about a year and a half, and sort of precipitously left to become an engineer. I started working for a guy named Chris Dixon, partner in Andreessen Horowitz. He had a company called Hunch. It was his second company based out of New York. In fact, Aaron, you and I sort of narrowly missed each other. I left Hunch soon before you were joining Pando.
So you jumped from private equity to a startup.
Yep. And was an engineer for about 5 years. I snuck in law school along the way, and kept working as an engineer sort of remotely while I was at law school. And in law school, I started doing actually what Chris does. I started building a venture firm in New York called Thrive Capital. And there's another sort of road less traveled story there about building a venture firm in New York rather than in the Valley or out west. At any rate, did that for 5 years, had the privilege of investing in Stripe, led the C2 round on behalf of Thrive back in late 2014. And about a year after that, got a text message from my boss, Patrick, and saying, do you want to come explore being the CFO at Stripe? And have now been there for about a year and a half.
So, and what was the biggest challenge that you faced in all of these different, to use a terrible startup cliche, pivots that you've made throughout your career?
A lot of learning and relearning. At the same time, I will say there's a lot that carries over from the venture side to sort of the Stripe side. For one, your mission, sort of what gets you out of bed in the morning, and Matt, I'd be curious to hear if this is similar for you. As an investor, was helping companies, like helping entrepreneurs fulfill their visions. That's sort of why we're here today, at sort of this giant tech conference. It's how can you empower entrepreneurs to build incredible businesses, and at Thrive, that was sitting on boards, and it was working with a dozen companies, helping them make their most important decisions, hire people, sort of very deep in the weeds. At Stripe, it's a very similar mission, right? It's sort of growing the GDP of the internet economy, empowering entrepreneurs, but doing it in a very leveraged way. So working with hundreds of thousands of businesses across dozens of countries around the world. And so a lot carries over from what I did in venture to the Stripe world.
One thing that's kind of interesting about both of your stories is that you kind of like attached yourselves to a very strong, well-known, successful person. I've done that a little bit in my career too. Do you think that's important, or do you think that somebody trying to make a big dramatic switch can also do it by just striking out on their own?
There's definitely no one path, but I'm a firm believer that like almost every industry is really an apprentice industry, and you have to find somebody willing to like show you the ropes, let you sort of, give you enough to hang yourself with, beat you up, and when you've made mistakes, and who knows enough and cares enough to like actually take the time to criticize you. And when you find those people who are willing to like give you that air cover and let you run, it's like invaluable mentorship and guidance. And so I don't care what industry you're in, but I can point to people throughout each part of my career trajectory who like took that bet on me and let me do something that I was wholly unqualified for, and like covered me and beat me up when I needed it. And so I think it was actually one of the pivots in my career.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that whatever business you're building, whether it's a venture capital firm, whether it's a growth stage company, Stripe, sort of Series D and beyond, or it's an early stage company, a seed stage company. Patrick, Stripe's CEO, said something to me the other day. He said, whenever you're sort of whatever place you're at in your company, the previous 3x, the growth from a third of the size you are today to where you are today, always feels inevitable, and the next 3x always feels like impossible, or feels very hard. And so to your question, Aaron, about attaching yourself to the right people and finding the right people to work with, no matter where you are, you're going to face so many challenges along the way, and you're going to be working through those with people who hopefully complement your skill sets, who are like-minded in their approach. And so I think attaching yourself to the right people is really the name of the game.
There are a lot of stories, and there's a lot of data that shows that millennials and the younger generation don't really have careers where they get a job and they keep it for 30 years. And people are jumping around a lot. Do you think it's getting easier for people to move very fluidly between different industries and make major career shifts?
Can I jump on that one?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Well, so I think one thing that's really interesting on that point is just if you look at, one of the things we're all jumping to, it's starting companies. And you look 15 years ago at, I think it was the CB Insight stats about the amount of money it took to actually launch a company, and it was $5 million. And you look at it today, and the stat, I'm not exactly sure it's calculated, is $5,000. So literally 2 orders of magnitude decrease in terms of the capital required to start a company. At the same time, like all the venture coffers are like completely flush, and there's so much money available to startups.
That means there's a lot of really bad ideas that are getting off the ground.
Yes. Well, there's certainly a lot less friction to getting those ideas off the ground, and so you see this like giant proliferation of companies. And so I think that retraining, retooling, moving among industries is one question, but for me, one of the most interesting trends that we're seeing at Stripe is just how many companies are being created, how many people are flocking to create companies.
Yeah, I want to point to I think actually there's a real advantage, frankly, to staying within one category and one industry and with a team over a period of years. Maybe I'm just
so the opposite of what you've done.
Yeah, no, I'm selling my own book. I did exactly that. I spent 8 years at one company. I've had two companies total in my career post college. And it took me the first 2 years to figure out where the bathroom was. It took me and to figure out which mentors I really wanted. It took me the next 3 years to start getting my wheels under me and understand how to do deals correctly, and understand and make the mistakes that maybe made me a little bit better at it. And then maybe it took me 2 more years to firm up like achievements in it. And I think today you have, rightfully so, and Reid put out a really interesting book. Reid Hoffman put out a great book, The Alliance, that's all around this idea of like tours of duty and like trying to accomplish projects and reimagining the career around like specific milestones. But for me, I think frankly, like that took years to build that kind of like mentorship, and to be able to like, now that I've left entertainment, still go back and call any one of my clients, any one of my friends, any of the people at studios or networks. It took years to be that. And if you're just a mercenary that's jumping like 2 years, you're almost like in and out and gone, and it's really hard to build the deeper ties and the relationships that I think become really valuable. Like securing that network is something that I think is something that people have underestimated. They've treated it like a mercenary skill set approach, and I just didn't do that at all. I've now spent 5 years at Lowercase, and so I don't know. I think I think maybe it's a little counterintuitive, but like finding a place where you can grow and shift your career and progress, but still establish long-term roots. I think will go to benefit a lot of people who sort of take the
It's not a
counter.
matter of leaving it all behind when you switch. It's a matter of taking that with you, it sounds like you're saying.
I think it's really hard to take it with you, to take anything with you after 2 years. I think that's just a really hard thing to do.
All right, so what other advice do you have for entrepreneurs looking to make or for people in the tech industry looking to make a major change? And I would also like to hear what advice you have for people who are looking to get into venture capital. A lot of people want to do VC investing, and it's really hard to break into.
You want to take one, I'll take the other?
Sure.
All right, I'll do VC. So I think there's 3 things that really matter depending on your stage of VC. One is like site, the other is selection, the other is service. And anybody can do venture capital if you can compellingly tell people who have a lot of capital that you're great, exceptional, not just at one, not just at the other, but all 3 of the above. And so
venture capital is just a salesmanship game.
I think if you go to an LP and you can convincingly say, I have superior sight, I see all of the deals that I would want to do, and I can execute it by virtue of my brand, a proprietary network, something along those lines. If you can convincingly go and tell an LP that, this is for people that are building a new fund, that you can raise money. If you also can say, not only can I do that, but I can select the best deals. And here's a track record, whether it's financial or like literally posting out like, here are the decisions that I've made and the companies that I'm betting on, and you publicly do it. I actually don't know why more people who want to get into venture don't post out like their early stage bets when they would have made them and a thesis for it.
Well, why wouldn't they just say, I would have done Airbnb,
You do it in time, you timestamp it. So
Got it.
like Aaron Battalion actually, who's a friend and investor at Lightspeed, I think wrote a post around this, where he was like, I would create a portfolio right now, a theoretical portfolio. Go out and find seed stage companies and post to a portfolio page where you're like, these are the companies that I would pick and here's the reason why and how I would help.
You just launched 100 blog posts.
I actually think it's really compelling, and I've seen that from a lot of students who like send me that presentation of like, here's 5 companies, here's why I would have made the investment, and I've tracked down a couple based on those posts. The last one is actually service, so like you have to reliably say how you're differentiated so that you could win those deals in the event that you select the right ones.
Yeah.
So how am I going to help you more than other people? What is my experience, my skill set, whether it's a weird background in media and entertainment that helps you tell a different story, or whether it's an engineering background or a finance background, you have to be willing to sort of like pitch to a founder and an investor why you're different and can help. And so if you can nail all 3 of those and look yourself in the mirror saying, I'm willing to take friend, family money and investor money, then you can go out and build a fund.
And Will, more generally?
Advice to people who want to get into technology generally?
Yeah, or to make a big switch into technology.
So I'm going to give a sort of generic answer, but one that I think is still the right answer. Learn to code. I think that is the single...
Learn to cope.
Learn to code.
And
Code,
cope.
got
And
it,
cope.
yeah.
Learn to emotionally cope.
You will certainly have to do both. No, but I think it's so empowering to be able to build things on your own, and it's so disempowering to be constantly constrained for engineering resources. It's funny, is we look at Stripe, and at all of our users, like our fundamental constraint is not capital. It's not sales resources or marketing resources. It is engineering bandwidth, again and again and again, over and over and over. And it was that when we were a seed stage company, and it'll be that 5 years hence.
That is the lifeblood of your company.
It is. And so it's funny, when I was actually in law school in New Haven, I had a bunch of undergrads with great ideas coming to me and saying, hey, I know you're a good engineer. Well, I wasn't a good engineer. I know you're an engineer. And can you help me build this thing? And that was always their first question. It's like, yeah, I didn't have the bandwidth to do it. Or do you have friends in New York who could build it for me? And it's like, yes, all my friends in New York are sitting on their hands waiting for Yale undergrads to tell them what to build. And so what I decided after a while was I'm just going to teach them all. And so I started something called Hack Yale, where I taught hundreds of kids to code. And it's just so empowering when you can start to build it yourself. And so this is a skill set. It is a knowledge base that you can self-serve off the internet. There is this incredible proliferation of tools, Amazon Web Services, Twilio, Stripe, that enables you to build things faster and more quickly and get to market quickly. And so that would be my number one piece of advice.
Can I give one other? So
Yes, please.
As a no-coding, talentless ass, I think there's still other ways to do it too if you want to get into startup land, and that's I actually give this advice to students all the time, which is make a grid in a spreadsheet. Here's like a really tactical, not like just like explore the tech. Really tactically, make a spreadsheet of companies that have raised seed or Series A funding in the last 6 months. All of those companies are probably going to be hiring in the near future. Write down on that grid like the founder, their Twitter handle, the mission, summarize the mission of the company, the city that they're in, and basically you have to go through and start pretending you worked at the company and see would you be willing to brag about the mission of the company. And if that's the case, once you've done that exercise, literally just start hunting down people that work at the company and adding value to them. How many people know who Ryan Graves is in this audience? A small number. So Ryan Graves is the most epic version of this. He was similarly a no-coding clown at GE, and basically on Twitter reached out to Travis in a blind tweet to say, I love what you're building, like, you should hire me. He ended up becoming the first CEO of Uber. And that tweet ended up earning him a few $1 billion. But like that proactive hunt down of a company that he really wanted to be involved with, I think, speaks to like, even if you can't code, which I still think is an incredible advice and skill set, you can still get involved just by hunting a founder down and saying, I love your mission, I care about what you're doing, I've already done these things to add value, and I don't care what you hire me for, I'm going to come into your business and I'm going to make an impact on what you're doing. And it's really hard for a founder to hear somebody like that and not want to hire them, I think.
Okay, so we have just 2 minutes left, and I know you were hoping to run out the clock on this question, but I do want to ask you very quickly, how did you take the retirement news when Chris Sacca announced he's retiring, and will that change what you're doing? There was a report that said you're joining a firm called Binary Capital. You said you can't comment on that, but what can you tell us about what it might change from what you're doing?
This has been part of the plan, I think, forever, candidly. When I joined the fund, it was very much, if you're good enough on funds 2 and 3, you can go out and try to raise your own fund under the banner of lowercase. And so I was able to do that, and sort of over the last 3 years, I've been managing another seed stage fund on our behalf. And it became very apparent over those few years that like Chris wanted to step back and had other interests in other categories. He had 3 baby girls under 5 years old. He was obviously, if anybody follows his Twitter, extremely active in the resistance. Literally, his cowboy shirt had the resistance hidden in a message on the shirt if you didn't see it on stage. So
I missed that one.
yeah, it's like a little, it's an Easter egg for Chris. So I think this was always his intent to step back. And for me, it was like, this is frankly, I'm just getting started. I love what I get to do and work with teams and early companies. And so as long as I can spend the next 10 years building that skill set and getting to work with more founders, I will absolutely get to do that.
And will you make another career pivot? Do you foresee yourself making another completely non-traditional switch somewhere along the way?
I mean, right now we've got 5% of internet commerce, of global commerce is on the internet. I think
Stripe is powering 5% of global internet
no,
commerce.
just commerce globally, 5% is on the internet.
Got it. And how much of that is Stripe?
Can't comment on that.
Will sees everything.
He knows what you're buying.
But I think, let's get that 5 to 50, and then I'll think about, what's after Stripe.
Wow.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you guys so much. This was great.
Thanks. Thanks, guys.
There are dozens of theories on why immigration is important to tech in the United States. And to really understand how crucial immigration is, please welcome to the stage Matt Vela, Aiden Senkut, Teresa Gao, and Matt Mikowitz. Please give them a big round of applause.
Okay, well, thanks everyone for being here early after the festivities last night, and thanks to our panelists. We're here to talk about the single most important issue in Silicon Valley right now, and maybe in the country. I wanted to start off, if you would permit me, with just some stats, some data. So a National Foundation for American Policy study found that of 87 unicorns, over half were founded by people from outside the US, and 71% had executives who were immigrants. In 2011, a survey of Fortune 500 companies found that 40% had been founded by immigrants or the children of immigrants, second-generation Americans. And a Pew study that came out yesterday reconfirmed what a lot of people already know intuitively, that the United States is the country with the most immigrants in the world, and that our share of immigrants in the 1970s was about 4.7%, and today it stands at over 13, almost 14%, which is pretty much the same time period in which the technology industry really took off and has created insane amounts of wealth and value in the United States. So that's sort of the background. There are a lot of numbers in this field. There's a lot of data. But the first question I wanted to ask you guys was to tell us a little bit about your own story, the stuff that you don't see in numbers about how immigration has affected your life and brought you to where you are. So Teresa, could we start with you? Sorry.
So I am an immigrant. I came to the United States from Jakarta, Indonesia when I was 4 years old. My family is ethnic Chinese, and there was a revolution going on where ethnic Chinese were being targeted in the 60s. So my parents got us on the list. There used to be it still exists, it's only a few thousand now. In the 60s and into the early 70s, they had special visas for people with certain skills. In particular, at that time, they needed scientists, but also medical physicians, and that's how we came here. And my name, which is how this came up, you guys were asking me, Aiden was indeed correct. It is a Dutch spelling with the I in it, and that is because Indonesia was a Dutch colony, and my parents wanted to give me an American name in hopes that we would clear the immigration list, and we did, but they gave me a Dutch name, which we've now anglicized. So just pretend there's no I.
All right. Matt?
Yeah, I'm an immigrant as well. I was born in Krakow, Poland. My parents moved to Germany when I was 4 years old. While we were in Germany, my parents actually applied for immigration status to 5 different countries. So we tried to get into the UK, we tried to get into Canada, we tried to get into the US, Australia, and New Zealand. Eventually, Canada came through to us, and we moved in 1991, and now I split my time between Vancouver, Canada, and the US.
Right.
My name is Aydin Senkudin. I was originally born in Istanbul, Turkey. I came to the US for college. I went through the H-1B process, which took twice as long because I had to change companies in the middle of applying for it, from Silicon Graphics to Google. Then after that, I got my green card, and now I'm a naturalized American citizen. But I also lived and worked in places like Germany, Switzerland, and Brazil, speak 5 languages, and familiar with a few others. That's why the Dutch comment. But I kind of feel most at home in Silicon Valley, where I am not judged by my accent, where I'm from, any of other preferences, but just ideas. And I feel it truly is the place where one can truly maximize their potential. So it's a special privilege to have gone through that process, have gone through all the pains, like fear of deportation, and which I experienced, and almost not getting into Google because Sergey is like, why are we waiting for your H-1B? Why can't you marry an American girl? These are all real stories, by the way. But that's why I'm passionate in here.
Okay, great. So, the first question I want to ask is, of course, the gloomiest question, but how panicked should people in the Valley be about the climate that we are in? Have things decidedly turned for the worst with the current administration, or how do you handle that?
So I'm going to start with this. So for those of you who already stuck hearing me before, interestingly, I was on a cybersecurity panel. A bunch of those guys are in various different policy and administration discussions. And what I thought was concerning is that it is true that they are, this is all off the record, so you can't guess which person told me this, that indeed the H-1B visa, which is, it's only 65,000 visas,
tiny.
of which there are 10 million sort of non-permanent visas that are issued. 8 million are for visitors, but so 2 million for other purposes. 65,000. So just to set the context, right back to numbers, Matt. Anyway, but with that, there is a feeling. There's been a lot of talk about it. It's definitely going to be impacted because it is even at those numbers, it's a priority of the current administration to have that impact be felt in Silicon Valley. So I don't think panic is the right word, but I think if you feel like it's going to change and it's going to impact your business, there are changes that are going to happen. They've been talking mostly about the fact that making sure that the dollars that you spend on an employee are the same as for your other employees in that location. And so I think some combination of economic change is going to happen, and certainly won't be getting more of them. There's also a possibility we'll be getting fewer of them. But I think panic is the wrong word. It's just planning for likely reality.
I think maybe the reason why you're using words like panic and gloomy is that, especially in Silicon Valley and California, it impacts us kind of disproportionately. I mean, I think all of us probably see what's going on now, and like my first reaction is, oh my God, like if I was going through what I went through 10 years later, I might not have been there, like have not had my family, this job, and so like it really freaks you out. So I think it really impacted morale. And just to give you an anecdote, I have seen a record number of people and friends apply or in the process of getting a second citizenship in a variety of different places, and it blows my mind because this is the country that is most welcoming, where these people have made amazing lives, and seeing this reaction, I think, is a bit scary. On the other hand, my other reaction is we also can't look at US as only where we live, and I do think that there are parts of the country that is very disenfranchised and illusion, and it's almost like we live in two separate countries. Like we don't really know what they're going through and understand them, and I think they kind of look at us probably as like overly liberal and different people too. So I feel like bridging that gap is much more important so that immigration doesn't become this scapegoat, because I think it's really split into multiple issues, and that's why kind of we are where we are today.
Yeah, I want to dig into that a little bit later, but what do you think? I mean, one of the big differences from a decade ago, obviously, is that there are a lot more startup hubs around the world. There are a lot more places where you can go to start your company or to grow your company. You are in Canada, and maybe the beneficiary of some of the uncertainty that this administration has brought to this. What's your perspective?
Yeah, I think all the rhetoric and fear-mongering is very unhelpful. Personally, I'm not panicking, though. There's enough checks and balances in the system to avoid some of the extreme cases coming down from the current administration. That being said, I think we're on the wrong side of the trend. In Singapore, you can get a work permit in 1 week. You literally get text message on your phone 7 days after applying, and you can start a job and start paying taxes. By June of this year in Canada, you'll be able to get a work permit in just 2 weeks. Even France has had very forward-looking immigration policies for skilled immigrants. The UK is following in a similar suit. So anytime you're going against the trend, that's not a very positive sign. The competition for talent and STEM workers is only going to intensify. Many countries view having those types of people as a global advantage to their economy. Obviously, going back to stats, immigrants are twice as likely to start companies as naturally born citizens in the US. Virtually all job employment growth over the last couple of decades has happened from small businesses, not from the Fortune 1000, the Global 1000 type companies. So I think we're definitely on the wrong side of the trend. But I'm hopeful things will turn around.
If the impact of what's been happening in Washington is more of a sort of chilling effect or a kind of environmental effect rather than affecting individuals, what are the sort of effective short-term strategies for companies? What are you guys telling portfolio companies
Maybe
to do?
I just want to expand 1 minute on what Matt said. Also, we have to remember that a lot of countries are trying to emulate US, especially Silicon Valley. That's why I think those comments are really prescient. And the top 5 most valuable companies in the world right now, 3 of them are in Silicon Valley, 2 of them are in Washington. And they're all technology related, so everybody's trying to take our secret formula, and when you look at it, because the kind of people that are needed are not in enough supply here, there was a Wall Street Journal stats of how few computer science and engineering alumni we have. So immigration actually has been a crucial factor of that huge success. And so the change is going to happen. I feel, like Matt said, we are on the wrong side of it, and we should engage part of that positive activity, I think, to help the rest of the country that is disenfranchised. And we need to somehow teach them the skills, educate them. I think there's a big gap. Like, it's another interesting stat. The company that probably provides the most jobs in the US, or one of the ones, is Walmart. They spend hundreds of millions, maybe close to $1 billion, because surprisingly, for jobs like store managers and other stuff that normal, regular people get, there is no training. And so, and meanwhile, we own the Silicon Valley-backed companies that are very heavy on computer science and engineering, and it's crazy where 70% of college demand in jobs in those areas, and yet only 3 to 5% of college alumni are computer science and engineering specialists. So I kind of see a big gap in education, which to me is the much bigger issue than immigration, and immigration is being scapegoated also for security. Like, I don't think we can put immigration and security together. Like, border security and who do you allow through the borders, I think should be disconnected from immigration issue itself.
What are you telling companies when they come to you and say, we have a set of immediate problems, that we are challenged with?
Yeah, so I think it's interesting because Matt said that he's in Vancouver as well as in SF. So we have had companies in the past, and I think this is going to increase in terms of if we can't get enough developers. We have a company where they're in Mountain View, but they're also in Vancouver,
right,
where they can get not only native-born Canadians, but they can much more easily get people who are computer scientists or engineers that are trained and living elsewhere to work in their facility in Canada much more quickly than they can get an H-1B in the United States. Honestly, I think most of our venture-funded little startups, I mean, it's a super high bar for them to even try to get an H-1B for people,
right, because
they know that there are so few. And in fact, what I am starting to see in terms of the chilling effect is, I think that I know there are great entrepreneurs, and Aiden might have been this person that, at large companies that were executives that we're trying to recruit either into our companies or who want to start a company, and they literally come and talk to me. They're like, I have this great idea, this is really what I want to do, but I need to stay here for another 12 however long because I'm on this H-1B, and I don't know, I'm applying to get a more permanent, but until then, I'm stuck with my employer.
I think maybe one interesting perspective where the press can help, I think we only look at the most dramatic crisis-oriented aspects of this, but so we back a little over 200 companies, and all the ones that are in Silicon Valley in the US, the founders, they're either first or second generation immigrants, majority of them, and they hail from 40 different backgrounds. And to Matt and Teresa's point, we have companies where there is a small US office or Silicon Valley office, but engineering is in Germany, places like Bulgaria. We have an Australian company with a US office, customer service is in the Philippines. I don't even know that people realize that the definition of company has changed so drastically. Even Apple, like all their manufacturing, a lot of it is in Taiwan, and customer service centers are probably in Ireland, like along with tax and accounting. What we used to think of like a company with headquarters in one city and majority and all employees in one city has drastically changed, and it is continuing to change. And so part of it is really kind of catching up to times. And it is the reality. I don't think it's going to change whether we change our policy or not. These companies are going to adapt, and like as a result, like to Canada's point, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and all these companies are now hiring a lot more engineers in Canada.
Yeah.
And over time, it's not going to happen next year or 2 years, but if a trend like that were to continue for like 10, 15 years, it could have a significant impact.
Right.
Yeah. Entrepreneurs are very creative and resilient. They'll find a way around whatever policies come down.
Yeah.
But it is disruptive to say the least.
I mean, leaders in the Valley have been talking about H-1B for a long time, and immigration more generally. But why hasn't that been heard in Washington, do you think? What keeps this sector from coalescing in a sort of impactful way? I mean, if the oil industry has a problem with something, they get heard, right? And why do you think that is?
I think there are two main reasons. Let's be very honest and let's look at the facts. Silicon Valley and the people that are passionate about immigration probably is a tiny percentage of population, super disproportionate share of the wealth created. That's why I said 5 companies, most valuable, they probably represent like 0.001% of all employment, but they represent 5 of the most valuable companies in the world. So there is this crazy like balance that's happening. I think the other thing is like areas like oil is still seen as strategic and has military aspects. So there's probably a lot more of this, but it comes down to votes, right? I mean, our government and politicians in Washington is based on votes, and I think that's what we need to get smarter about and affect the rest of the country, because unless this kind of tech tornado has also a positive impact on the rest of the country that is disillusioned, I'm not really sure how we're really going to be able to impact policy, because the politicians are going to do what's best for the majority of the people, not minority, a tiny minority of the people, even though they represent a huge part of the value creation. I think we've been making that point. It seems like we're not getting the results we need, so we need to add or change some of that strategy.
But, you know, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I guess a couple of things. So one is, you're right, oil is seen as strategic. I think technology ought to be seen as strategic.
Yes.
And perhaps, like with oil, it's only when bad things happen
That's right.
that people see it as a strategic asset.
Very good
So interestingly, with all of the hacking,
Yeah.
the nation state hacking, going back to Sony, right?
Yeah.
And more recently with the election, hopefully perhaps now, and supposedly there are, we don't know about them, but secret sort of like counter cyber, cyber offensive activities that are going on. So like let's start seeing technology as strategically advantaged. Other point, you're right in terms of like they're disproportionate in terms of market cap, but venture-backed companies actually represent 11 million jobs today in the United States. That's 1 out of 10 private sector jobs. So I hear you, like and especially if what you do is you watch HBO Silicon Valley, it's like a bunch of like weird, super, like in this small little world, but we do create real jobs. So I think we need to have, so my hope is that with this administration, which is on the one hand sort of anti-Valley, on the other hand very pro-business, those kinds of understanding national security and business and maybe putting that to the forefront. And then the last thing I would just say is, I think all of us should not just talk about H-1B, because that is very polarizing, and separating other types of national security is different than immigration, but so about 500,000 or 600,000 people every year have student visas. And if we, there hasn't been as much of a push on that, and most of my entrepreneurs, like you did too, most people went, a lot of people, right? So forget about the H-1B issue. What about just trying to do something where I know that if you get a degree in certain fields, you get 1 year that you can work until you can find your H-1B. Well, why don't we make it something much more long-term than that, right? And also allow people to start companies instead of just going to existing companies as proof of employment.
Actually, there's a very important point you made, which is we only look at the past or the current job distribution, and thank you for mentioning the 11 million number, but I think what is even most striking is how much more of a percentage of future jobs tech will represent, right? We cannot build policy on what's happening today or what happened in the past. We need to do smart policy of what's going to happen in the future. That's why all those other countries have seen that there is like this crazy shift to value creation, shifting to technology. We are the unquestionable world leader, and I think it is ours to lose. And so that's why technology is super critical and important.
Back to the point around education, I think exporting education is not the best policy. I think everybody who graduates with an advanced 4-year college degree in the US should have the option of having a green card stable to their diploma, rather than having to go through this crazy student visa H-1B lottery system, which is fundamentally broken. It is very, very backwards that we're bringing all these super smart, talented young kids, giving them the best education in the world, and then shipping them off somewhere else to create new companies, become entrepreneurs, and create employment overseas. But also on your earlier point around why Silicon Valley hasn't been effective in getting change around immigration reform. Elon Musk was getting interviewed last week on stage, and an interviewer asked him, "You've been criticized for participating in the Economic Council. How do you respond to that criticism?" He's like, "I think it's really important to have a voice at the table. When it comes to my turn, I'm going to speak up represent the company, represent immigrants like myself. It may or may not work, but at least I was present. But we've seen a lot of like people getting flack for even engaging with the current administration. That's not very healthy. They're at the table. They might not agree with the policies being put forward, but they're there when the conversation is being had. They're making their voices heard. They shouldn't be getting tens of thousands of hate tweets in response towards representing what they fundamentally believe is the right thing to do.
What is the most effective vehicle for that? Is it CEOs at the table? Is it some kind of alliance of people? Is it old school lobbying? What's the right? I mean, the irony, of course, is that we have a self-styled CEO in the White House, and there should be a common language with the CEOs of the most valuable companies or the hottest startups.
I mean, let's be honest, Trump's family are like second generation, third generation German immigrants. Elon Musk is a South African immigrant. Larry and Sergey was a Russian immigrant. I mean, I cannot tell you the number of discussions we had where when we were discussing China and Sergey was bringing his perspective from Russia. And these things don't go away. I mean, they really mark you. And like when you were talking about your story, and like even my story, I think I was deported at least twice, and I was literally able to stay in the country by a hair when a certain regulation was changed. Otherwise, I was over my H-1B limit, and I was going to literally be put out of the country. So I still have dreams about like needing a visa to like go to tomorrow. So I do think we need to transcend that. I think there was a joke, I'm married to a Canadian, that like you don't realize how many of the movie actors, rock stars, comedians are Canadian, but because they have American names, they're viewed as American. Maybe we need to like celebrate and cherish those differences. Like I was just hearing this crazy stat that before World War II, Germany had 4 times as many patents. After World War II, so many people immigrated to the US that US have exceeded most of the other countries by far. It had 4x more patents. Now probably China is catching up to us. So I think we just need to show people a different perspective so that the agenda is not driven by this one, immigration is bad, people looking at it in a very kind of simplistically and missing all these other additional nuances.
Mm. Do you think there are sectors within technology that are likely to be hurt the most by the current climate, or is this a across the board kind of impact?
I think it really depends a lot on what changes are going to be made. Right now, it's still really unknown, right? So they're talking about different things where if it's just absolute dollar-based, then it's, of course, going to hurt startups versus large companies. If it's relative dollar-based to what you have, but again, I kind of go back to, look, I'm just a venture capitalist. I used to be an engineer once. I don't know anything about politics other than what I read in the paper. But it seems that with this, I was fortunate to be at a CEO council recently, and it does seem like having CEOs, because there have been other people, the steel industry is getting what they want because they got to sit down, right? Because Mario Draghi got to sit, So I think that that might be a way, and I think moving the conversation to things that are around education and maybe educational visas in addition to educational retraining more broadly, as Aiden brought up, like up-leveling it, right? Making it about education, the immigration piece being in there. Because the reality is if you did get a green card stapled to your bachelor's or master's degree in computer science or engineering or anything, right, frankly, then you would need those people to get H-1Bs, right? You would have been taken care of when you graduated. You wouldn't have needed your H-1B.
And maybe one other thing
never
to
been
add.
deported.
I mean, we have a very high-tech focus here, but maybe another thing we should do, I mean, because we're in California, so there are industries like farming, wineries, you look at the labor, all immigrants. You look at all the jobs people don't want to do, any type of support jobs of cleaning or gardening, whatever, everybody has an international name, they're all immigrants. You look at healthcare where there's a huge shortage, you go to a hospital, you look at people's name tags, I guarantee you like 60–70% immigrant, or you look at the name and clearly there is some like immigrant angle on it. I feel that we sometimes maybe are too divided and we need to unite. Hotel industry, I mean, I was just checking out of my hotel this morning. The woman who was gonna like clean the room, whatever, I mean, I immediately hear an accent, I'm like, wow. Like, I think like somebody was doing a documentary, like if all that immigrant labor force disappeared tomorrow, how would our lives be? And I think it would be greatly affected. And a lot of these people are afraid to raise their voice because some of them might be illegal or whatever, and they're looking for a chance, and they're just very, very afraid. And I think collectively, it actually represents a huge part of our industry and economy that maybe we're not seeing or we're ignoring, but it is not just tech. I think it touches other major sectors as well.
I was out in San Francisco a couple of days ago looking for a restaurant to get dinner at. 2 of the 3 places I went to were closed for a day without immigrants.
Oh, I see.
Which was a great political statement.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, one of the genius of Silicon Valley is really in creating visions of a better future, whether it's finding information that was previously unfindable or being able to get a ride or a job. Is there, you know, but a lot of the country right now feels that their future is not, their kids' future is not going to be better than their own. And is there a role for Silicon Valley in kind of addressing this kind of crisis of confidence in the future? Is that, I mean, is that the sort of up-level
I think it's our responsibility to think about how we can help impact that. And certainly there are ways in education, more broadly speaking, that we can.
Yeah. Right.
So I mean, I know these are very little things, like probably little drops in the bucket of like the ocean of issues we're seeing, but we're trying to back a lot more companies in cities that are not Silicon Valley, New York, and LA. We have portfolio companies, I think, in 10 US states, including places like Utah, Georgia. I'm going to meet with a company later today in New Orleans. We saw a company out of Alabama. I think if those states, kind of like what happened with Snap in LA, if we have other role models and those people believe, like I always give this example when people ask me about Google, I'm like, look, after Chicago Bulls won the NBA title, how many people wanted to be like Jordan, right? So if we have like those successes in those cities and states, so they're not thinking about just German car or Japanese car companies, but they're talking about, hey, we should be friendly policy to technology, and it should transcend to all other states. I think that's a big thing. We're trying to make a lot of investments and examples and encourage that. We're trying to like invest in companies that can create jobs. The other thing is, this might be very unique and you might not think about it. We also have, I think, a duty to choose our LPs carefully. Like we don't have a lot of wealthy individuals or family offices, but we have a lot of endowments, and they're not necessarily top endowments, which we have, but we have an endowment that is based in the southeast of the country that is the #4 highest scholarships for, you know, underprivileged children. And I know that as venture capitalists, we like to, you know, feel like we're changing the world. I'll be honest, I'm not changing the world, but we could do simple things that maybe put, you know, take some good steps in that goal of like moving to a better place, and hopefully those students that gets those extra scholarships then, you know, will hopefully create new companies and create new jobs.
So I'm going to have to let that be the last word, but thank you very much to our panelists. Please thank them and find them after. Thanks.
Everybody having fun? All right. Wow, I feel like there's like a judging panel. First of all, I want to say welcome. I'm going to put this down so that I don't have to carry it around, or I'll start slinging water around. So when we talk about making it personal, I'm going to make it personal right off of the bat. If you look around, everybody looks exactly the same, right? You're all wearing exactly the same thing. Your hair is exactly the same way. There's nothing different about you, right? No. Probably all have the same interest. Probably not. But yet we're still united by certain things. One, you have a certain passion which brings you here. So when we talk about making it personal, one of the things that I really want you to think about as we go through this is, are we really making it personal, or are we just being lazy? Or have we let technology overcome what we believe could really still be the best of both worlds, where art and science can truly still be part of our marketing? So kind of keep that in the back of your mind as we go through this. So let me start by saying, have you ever, when you've traveled, when you walk a street, have you ever had one of those moments where you stop and say, gosh, this looks really familiar? I remember as a child, my grandmother owned a little boutique, and one of my favorite things was when the boxes showed up, and it was like running to go open up the boxes. It was like Christmas morning all the time to see what was in there, because it was all new inventory, all really different, it was all really special, and it's just really super exciting. And now, when I came to eBay, one of the things that I started noticing as I was going through it, that we get this great fortune of having what I call categories of passion. categories of passion doesn't mean that unique is different all the time. It just means that there may be multiple options of something. However, let me show you something. Does this street in London look different than this street in New York or this street in Shanghai? What's fascinating to me is that, again, what's happened is we have this sea of sameness. We're wondering why maybe some of these bricks and mortars are going out of business, because if you think about it, when a trend hits, it gets replicated, and now that uniqueness or those boutiques or those things that become really kind of special are almost not easy to find. Especially not easy when, again, you can go to New York or you can go to Shanghai or you can go to London, and really a lot of those same places are on those streets, and so it doesn't look very different. Now, this is also, nothing wrong with this, right? This could look like many of y'all's closets. It could, because it's easy. You find something you love, you get it in a multiple different sizes of that, just in case there's a little bit of swelling here or there, or whatever the case may be, or you get it in multiple colors. What is interesting, though, is that I also wonder at times that when we look at this and we think about this sea of sameness, or the things of which we've been, there's a trend, and that trend picks up so quickly and it takes off. But sometimes we just want to find those same things, but at the same time, it's hard to find it. And so when you think about sneakers and then you think about what's going on, it made us start to think about at eBay, which was, hey, let's go out and figure out what is it that really is motivating people. How do they feel about this? We've got algorithms that are constantly telling us what you want based on what we think you should have. So have we lost touch? Reality is we have. As marketers, as merchants, we've started losing touch with the fact that, our study says that 89% of folks really do want and want to demonstrate that there's something personal about them, that there's something unique. Again, it doesn't mean that we're all not going to walk in here and have, maybe the same shirt or shoes as someone else, but the way you wear it and the style that you put behind it. But again, if that's really important to us and we really want to stand out and want to have kind of those moments, then why are we constantly finding ourselves in this kind of lazy mode as marketers, just kind of getting into this rhythm? So digging a little bit deeper, what we found is that actually, again, 93% of our shoppers were actually looking to find something that reflected them. Now, by the way, when I say this isn't necessarily that, like, hey, you're looking for something on that special occasion. This is every day, whether it's a, great accessory, pair of shoes or a purse. Maybe it's an outfit that you have. Maybe it's something that, again, is in your home. When I'm thinking about my home and my home decor, I want my items to feel like that they have a reflection of me. Not necessarily that it's every single home that you're going to walk into. So when you start thinking about these personal and interest, is there more opportunity for us to really dig in? When you have this personal interest, there's communities like us. We have a personal interest in what we do in marketing and technology in this space, and we all congregate together. So personalization is deeper, and that's what I want to kind of think about for today. Now, at the same time, if we do this right, I like that stat that's up there that says that when you get it right, you see a 10% lift on your revenues. Given the fact that my job is to actually be a growth engine for the company, not just an expense, that makes me excited. So it really is about getting it right and constantly working on it. We aren't just saying that we're going to do it one time and then that's it, we'll just walk away. So for eBay, I showed you that sneaker. However, if I took that and exploded it on eBay, guess what? Now I've got brands, I've got all types of colors, styles, uniqueness. Whether you're a sneakerhead or you're my 14-year-old son who's just looking for his next new pair of Stan Smiths, or my daughter who's looking for a new funky color of Converse. I have the beauty of not being same. I can make it so incredibly unique because I give you choice. But what our challenge was to make sure that we could actually show you that, get you to it quicker, not necessarily make you have to work so hard at it. Not always relying on algorithms to just assume that because you bought that one thing that you want that same color and size the next time. So again, creating those moments to where we can make that inspiration or that discovery much more impactful, okay? So you think about this and I go, gosh, it's so exciting. I go on my platform every day and there's something new. We have over 1 billion items on our site every day. So our inventory is very fresh. Now, that said, I'm going to give you 3 things to think about today. And the first one I'm going to talk about is going beyond email. Personalization is not necessarily, hello, Susie. Now, how many people have either, one, received one of these great emails that are so personalized, or maybe we've also been that one who has actually accidentally sent it out before the name went in? We see this. Or my favorite is when it comes and it calls me by a completely different name, and I think, that I don't even know who else got my name. But come on, this is lazy. This was great 10, 15 years ago, but we're better than this now. So my first rule is go beyond email. Fine, I still like it if it actually gets my name right when it comes, but go beyond email. And what does that mean for us at eBay? This is our new homepage. Our new homepage is slowly rolling out, and it'll be out by the end of this month at 100%. And the whole purpose behind this, and what you're seeing right now is a little glimpse into my world. You can check and see my homepage, what I've been looking for. Extremely relevant. You'll see things on there, obviously, from home decor. I've got my daughter's graduating. I need to spruce up some of my guest rooms, so I've been doing a lot of searching from a home decor standpoint. Come on, it's changed the seasons, so now I'm looking for, obviously, new sandals or clothes. So again, the expression there. But the other thing that we're being very careful about is that we've got an amazing amount of data to understand this, but we also make sure that we're thinking about how do we make sure we're making those connections. The connections really matter. Now, when this rolls out, it's not going to be as spectacular as we know that in another month or a year it's going to be, because that's the other thing we're going to do is keep going, not stick at the email. We're going to continue involving it. And so I'm really super excited about it, because for us it's really about making sure that we can get you to those things and inspire you so that you want to discover. So go beyond email. The next one I would tell you is know your customer. Now, this is easy for me to say in the sense that we have an unbelievable amount of data. But sometimes we're not always smart about how we use that. Sometimes it goes back to saying that maybe it just tells us exactly what it is that you bought, and we stay very, very literal. But now we're starting to unleash that. Don't make it prescriptive, make it predictive. Allow it to start to truly tell us that, hey, maybe there's some other things going on from a household perspective, that it's not just me that's looking for fashion in my home, that we can also start to understand that I've got a 14-year-old boy, so that maybe that PS4 and that NBA game that we just bought means that there's some other activity happening. Interests, really diving deep into the interest. Asking, that's the other great thing that a lot of times we don't do, which is just ask. So again, know your customer so you can create those unique experiences so that they can feel like, you know what, I can really connect with this brand and engage with them. The key about that is that if we do think about it, then we have this benefit of if you buy this one item, we can start thinking about, again, my benefit is that I've got every other accessory under the sun to go with it. So if we do it well, going back to how we grow revenue, now we're really sparking something. Again, it enables us to know that, again, if I'm a category of passions and there's things, if you love cars, then we can start to talk about maybe, hey, if you also love cars, you also may be a big music fan. Again, just expanding. None of this is new to us. It's about how we, as marketers, it's about how do we really take advantage of it and make sure that we're making those connections. So go beyond email. Make sure you know your customer. Use your data so that it's actually predictive, not just prescriptive. The next thing I'm going to talk about is that when we talk about the know your customer, one other little insight that we found was women specifically, as we started looking at our fashion, because we've got unbelievable fashion on eBay, one of the things that we looked at was to say, hey, how do women inspire each other? They inspire each other by what they're wearing. And they inspire each other in the sense of saying, I love that. I would wear it this way, or I would put it this way. So I'm going to roll this so that you can kind of get a flavor for how we brought that to life. So just a little flavor of how to really bring it to life. There you go, see? Okay, now, if that's the case and we understand, then we also need to make sure that we understand where you are in your shopping, or if are you looking just for inspiration, or are you in that moment to actually purchase? And sometimes that's taking place in a lot of different ways. 60% of our GMV, so what we are really earning, is come from, in first quarter, came from a mobile interaction. Now, it doesn't mean that the transaction actually took place on mobile. It means that mobile played a part in it. So again, it's really important for us to make sure that we're making those connections and that you understand exactly what your customers are looking for and where they are in their journey. So I'm going to close with my 3 key things, right? 1, make sure that you go beyond email. Really make it personal, not in a creepy way, but in a really relevant way. 2, know your customer. Know them. And 3, be relevant in that journey. Be sure that you're making and you're actually creating that relationship with them. And I think that, again, not taking it from a very mundane and kind of lazy way, but truthfully, let's get out of this sea of sameness and start really having fun with all the amazing toys and gadgets, as you also see here, and put it into action. Thank you.
Say whatever you want to say really quickly. And in some ways, cartoons are so expressive that it lets you express yourself in ways that are maybe even better than you can in real life. So I think that at this point, we're actually starting to get more human than we've been in a really long time, which is really exciting.
Next up, here on center stage, join Walter Isaacson in conversation with Bill Owens as they discuss Apple, innovation, podcasts, the Aspen Institute, and what's next. Please help me welcome to the stage Bill Owens and New Orleans' own Walter Isaacson.
Orleans. How are you doing? So welcome to New Orleans.
It's really nice to be here with someone who's from New Orleans.
Yeah, no, I know. Yes, right.
Everybody else seems to have a brogue. So I'm the executive editor of 60 Minutes, and Walter and I know each other well. I'll tell you right now that we're proud to do a piece with Walter when he wrote his book on Steve Jobs. More on that later. But because we're both journalists and because, well, Walter's much more than that, I thought we'd start with your old job as a journalist. And what are your thoughts on the first 100 days of of this administration? And do you think, so as not to throw out such a vanilla question, that maybe the next 100 days might also be surprising in a different way?
Well, we'll find out today whether I think the plan to repeal the Affordable Care Act and replace it with what this new bill is horrible. So I think it's going to be problematic, and that could set the tone for a real clash. I think, on a more specific topic that's probably more, focused on what we do here in this room, I was stunned at the way net neutrality and all of the things that we have fought for in terms of the internet just got blown away. I remember when SOPA came along, there was just this huge eruption in online and, people fighting against it. And we've had these massive changes in the past, few weeks, and I keep saying, where's the outrage?
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with some of the changes, actually, all these executive orders. So
I mean, half the companies trying to start up in that hall are going to have problems if you totally eliminate net neutrality and everybody's got to negotiate with a particular carrier to get carriage.
So the president's son-in-law is one of the people who's in his ear about these sorts of things. He was at the right hand when many of the biggest tech executives came to the White House. Do you have any thoughts about Jared Kushner and his acumen for this sort of thing?
I actually think that, having watched him, he's the right person right now to be doing this. I mean, I don't want to get into each personality in the administration, but I think he's a person who, has a good sense, a good understanding of some of the issues. And if I were a tech executive, I would be meeting with him.
It'd be interesting to finally hear what he sounds like. I don't think anybody's actually heard Jared
Kushner.
Yes.
Well, that may be one of the smart things is don't always be on the talk shows. With all due respect to John Dickerson, your colleague.
We'd be very happy to have Mr.
My
Kushner.
old colleague, yeah.
Okay, so we'll leave news alone and we'll bring people up to where you are now. After leading the Aspen Institute for 14 years, Walter is now going to podcast, along with being a professor at Tulane University next season. But it's interesting. I mean, there are a lot of important people, journalists and otherwise, getting into podcasting. What drew you to it?
I try to, get involved with each new technology that comes along. In fact, I'm moving and I'm clearing out my drawer of like the original Blackberries and all these things that you still have in the bottom of your drawer. And I had kind of ignored podcasting. I think people absorb information in different ways.
Yep.
I tend to absorb it visually by reading, and so I don't like. And then somebody out of the blue just called me. I had done a book called The Innovators about how each industry gets disrupted. And it was Dell Technologies wanted to sponsor something, a podcast. And I said, well, it's one of those things, forms of media I've never done. Therefore, the answer is yes, because I like to try new things. And what it is we look at every industry from, the hospitality industry, fast food industry, and I try to do it, or we try to do it in an historical way to say, if you think Airbnb is disruptive, you have to understand how Sheraton and Marriott came to be, or fast food came to be.
But it's storytelling.
I came out of Louisiana here, grew up right around the corner here, and I had an uncle who told me there are two types of people in this world, preachers and storytellers. And he said, for God's sake, be a storyteller. The world has too many preachers. So it's not one of these how-to things or 8 lessons of this, that, and the other. It's just storytelling the way a Steve Jobs book was, or The Innovators
That's
was.
right. So The Innovators is a good place to pick up on. That was, you've written about, and we'll get into more of that, you've written about people who are no longer with us. The Innovators, you're talking about people who are very much in our everyday life. What drew you to this book?
One of the things, and everybody in this room knew it better than I did, is if you're a biographer, you have a dirty little secret, which is that you know that you distort history. You make it seem as if there's sort of one great innovator who invents something, some guy or some gal who goes into a garage or a garret, and a light bulb moment happens. And even with Steve Jobs, at the very end of his life, when I was talking, I asked him, what's the best thing you ever invented? Thought he might say the iPhone or the iPad or the original Macintosh. He said, no, making a product is hard, but making a team that can continue to make products is the hardest thing and the most important thing. And so I wanted to show how every step of the digital revolution was done by teamwork and collaboration. If you look at the three greatest inventions of our era, the microchip, the computer, and the internet, with all due respect to Al Gore, nobody knows who invented them. And the reason is because they were not invented by one person going into a garage and inventing something. And so I wanted to show how collaboration actually works and how you put together a good team.
It's a remarkable age right now of innovation. I mean, the things that are happening, I mean, I'm not sure
Yeah,
that...
Sort of. I mean, I'm going to push back on that.
Go.
It was a remarkable age of innovation from 1974 till, I think, maybe I'm biased, to the end of the Steve Jobs reign, where iPhones, iPad. I mean, the iPhone changed everything. Nobody in this room could be doing what they're doing were it not for mobile devices and app stores, which, didn't exist. I'm waiting for the next transformative invention. It's been quite a while, like a decade. I mean, we haven't quite had, I mean, I have both Amazon Echo and Google Home. They're okay. Google Glass didn't do much for me. Apple Watch. I'm waiting for the next transformative innovation, and we seem to be overdue.
I have Elon Musk on the phone. He'd like a word with you.
Elon Musk is particularly interesting because, and this gets once again to what happens at Collision, innovation in a digital space may not be easy, but a lot of people can do it. And you can do it in a dorm room or in a garage. Innovation in physical things, batteries, rocket ships, cars, is a lot harder. And so we've had a lot of digital and information technology innovation over the past 40 years. The reason I admire Elon Musk so deeply is that what he's doing is a quantum orbit more difficult, which is real innovation in the physical space.
Right. So you've famously written about Ben Franklin, Steve Jobs. You have a bit of a genius complex.
Well, I worked at Time Magazine for a while, and I met a lot of smart people. And after a while, you learn that smart people are a dime a dozen, and they don't usually amount to anything. And I was trying to figure out, well, what makes somebody creative and innovative? And it's that ability to be imaginative and to connect the humanities to technology. That's what Ben Franklin, Einstein, Steve Jobs were all about. Different people write about different types of people. Some write about war heroes or military or political heroes or sports heroes. To me, writing about how an innovative and creative mind works is extraordinarily interesting, because I think we have, with all due respect to people who may have been on this stage, I haven't seen it all, far too many books that say 7 easy lessons to being the most creative person in the room. Well, it ain't that easy. And you have to look at a Ben Franklin or a Steve Jobs or an Einstein or whatever and understand, okay, how did they do it? Because there's no one formula. And so without really thinking about it, having done Ben Franklin and then moved on to do Einstein, it began to dawn on me that was the thing I was interested in, is what makes a person think different, think out of the box, and be creative.
They're obviously all unique. Were there any common traits?
I think one common trait is that they're all phenomenally rebellious. if you look at almost everybody I've written about, not
Difficult
just
upbringings?
Franklin, huh?
Difficult upbringings?
Difficult upbringings, but Ben Franklin, Einstein, Steve Jobs, you know, you look at Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, you look at a lot of people I've dealt with, they all rebel, they all drop out, they all run away. This is why I'm not asked to give graduation speeches that often. They don't graduate like Zuckerberg. And they tend to question conventional wisdom and have a rebellious misfit streak to them. They also, the other common trait I've noticed is some people keep talking about if you're going to succeed in this world, you have to learn engineering and coding and be great at math. When I was growing up, it was perfectly permissible to say, I don't understand math. You know, I always loved math. Math was really cool. And engineering. My dad's an engineer, my grandfather, you know. So I love engineering. But I also like the humanities. Everybody who's been incredibly creative loves the connection of the humanities to technology.
I remember coming downstairs in 8th grade and coming into the kitchen and telling my parents I just didn't understand the math, and my father looked up and he said, nobody in this family understands math. Stick with English and history.
Yeah, although that's a problem. Those who love the humanities always then will make a joke about, you know, oh, I don't do math. And that's why I tried to do Einstein. That's why, you know, Leonardo we're going to talk about. Math is unbelievably gorgeous. It is as gorgeous, you know, I mean, Ada Lovelace, but Ada Lovelace, who is the beginning of the book on the innovators, and she, of course, is in the 1840s, comes up with the idea of a general purpose computer and algorithms. Her mother was a mathematician, her father was Lord Byron, the poet, and she realized that a mathematical statement is somewhat like her father saying she walks in beauty like the night. You say it's hard to understand. A line of Byron's poetry is hard to understand.
Yeah, true.
She walks in beauty like the night. That's hard to understand. But we make that effort, and I think that, you know, it's important, as she did, to make the effort to say, okay, I get it, this algorithm is beautiful too.
Fair point. Albert Einstein. Tremendous book that's just been turned into a miniseries.
A movie, yeah, whatever it's called. I mean,
yeah,
something
it's
that
over many nights, yeah.
10 hours over a series.
And that must have been interesting to...
Totally. I'm not big on Hollywood, and there have been movies, as you know, like made of Steve Jobs, and I'm like, I don't get Hollywood. But this one was good. There's a guy named Johnny Flynn who plays the young Einstein, who's also a great musician, who's played here in New Orleans. Jeffrey Rush plays the older Einstein. And it gets to what we were just talking about. It begins with him with his girlfriend riding bicycles really fast, and he's trying to get her to imagine what it would be like to catch up with a light beam, and how Maxwell's equations make it so that you can't have a stationary wave of light, but if you caught up with it, wouldn't it look stationary? And that's just a beautiful image that leads you to special relativity. And that movie does it incredibly well. So I don't take any credit. I didn't write the screenplay, but they did it well. I think it's in the second or third week, and Ron Howard directed it.
So this fall, you will be publishing, or Simon & Schuster will be publishing a book on Leonardo da Vinci that you've written. You had to slog through places like Italy and France and really difficult research trips. Why Da Vinci?
Well, when everything I've just talked about, being a runaway, being a misfit, being a rebel, being illegitimate and gay and a vegetarian heretic, sort of broke from religion in Florence in around 1500, when Florence is the one city that's tolerant of people like that, which is why Florence becomes the cradle of the Renaissance. Here's the guy who best connects the humanities and engineering. That's what Vitruvian Man, the nude guy doing jumping jacks in the circle and square, Vitruvian Man. That's the ultimate icon of that. It's a great work of science and a great work of art. And even the Mona Lisa is about the connection of the cosmos into who we are. And when he's trying to do Mona Lisa's smile in 1503, he's dissecting. He's an anatomist. He does great dissections and beautiful anatomy drawings. And he spends, there's a page, I was just looking at it last night because I'm trying to get it reproduced right in the book, where he does every nerve and every muscle that hits a lip. Every single one, whether it goes to the spinal cord or the brain, he determines because he's dissected enough faces, and how it moves the lips. And he's discovering things like if you want to purse your lips, you can purse your bottom lip and you can purse both lips, but you can't purse your top lip alone because of the way the muscles work. Just things like that that takes real observation. Anybody could have figured it out, but he's Leonardo, so he's the one who did it. And as he's doing it, he's doing all these muscles, but then he's putting smiles, and at the very top of the page is this floating smile that becomes the Mona Lisa smile. So to me, that page of his notebook, and we have like more than 7,000 notebook pages to look at, that is the ultimate of watching somebody who understands the total beauty of science and also turns it into the most beautiful smile ever painted.
These notebooks are the ones that Bill Gates owns?
Yeah, there's 7,000 or so pages of notebooks. Bill Gates, who first got me, along with Steve Jobs, they both worship Leonardo da Vinci. Bill Gates bought the Codex Leicester, which is the set of notebooks that mainly does geology, the earth, waters, and stuff. So he has that at his house. But the other notebooks are, Windsor Castle has most of the anatomy notebooks. Bibliotheca Ambrosiana in Milan has the Codex Atlanticus, which is pretty cool. So the good thing is you get to go to, Windsor,
not bad,
Paris, Milan, Florence, and even Seattle.
You've covered your fair share of awful places, so.
Yeah. Restaurants are better here, though.
Yeah, that's true. So let's go back to Steve Jobs then. Intense research, many years speaking to Steve. You did more than 100 interviews. Everybody's well aware of the work. Now with a little bit of time, what stands out to you from your time with Steve?
I kind of said it a moment ago, which is every 3 years, he just blew us away. I did not know when I first met him that I needed 1,000 songs in my pocket. And then suddenly, he comes out with this beautiful, and by the way, beauty is the important thing, because you got to remember, Bill Gates produces Zune, which even you don't remember. I mean, it looked like it was made in Uzbekistan or something. But the guy has this sense of beauty and just a wonderful track wheel, and suddenly our life and music has changed. Likewise, the iPhone. And so looking back on him, I'm even more blown away with how every 3 years, there was something we never thought of. Tablets, the Mac, the graphical user interface, the way they did it on the Mac, the iPhone, the iPad. So, and the fact that there hasn't been quite as much, or nearly as much innovation makes me even more awed by Steve.
What about personally, though? I mean, I was going through, I actually rewatched the story that we did on your book and flipped through the book again. And the adjectives are, I mean, it's prickly,
yeah, he was
it's
prickling.
caustic, it's,
And the question is, and this is the theme of the book, did he have to be that way?
Right.
I mean, Woz tells me at the beginning that's the big question. At the end, I quote Woz saying, no, he could have been nicer, he could have been sweeter, he could have been more like a family person, giving us all psych options. And then Woz pauses and says, but if I had been CEO, we probably wouldn't have made the Macintosh. So I think every person, I don't try to answer that question, but I think every person who reads the book has to say, can you be that creative without, he was driven, he was prickly, he was a jerk. There's a word they use in the Valley that starts with A, that's even worse. But he also drove people to do things they didn't know they could do.
Okay. Ultimate insider tip as we wrap up, let's leave it here. People, there's the Quarter, there's the well-known restaurants. What's the dirty, low-down place that everybody should go and
Well, it's
have
too
a drink or
far
a
to
po'
make
boy?
it easy, but I love Muska's across the Huey P. Long Bridge in
Take a note.
Wagaman. It's a nice roadhouse. I obviously love Frenchman Street, but everybody knows Frenchman Street. For nice uptown homey restaurants, I love Joanne Clevenger. She does upper line, and it's just a wonderful place to be. And for a down and dirty lunch that's really good, Dizzy's right on Esplanade as you're near Claiborne. You're a journalist, so you would know. It's actually Dean Baquet, who's the editor of the New York Times. His brother is Dizzy Baquet and runs, but it's not even open for dinner, but boy, it has really good fried chicken and red beans and rice.
Good night, everybody.
All right, I'm going to do a Q&A right. If you had questions, I'm going to go right now out to that little stage they have called Q&A, and feel free to hit me with any questions you have or pitch me your company, and I'll tell you I'm not a venture capitalist.
Thanks, everyone.
Bill, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all very much.
Please welcome Paddy Cosgrave and the judging panel for the final of the pitch competition.
So you're all incredibly welcome to our pitch final. Initially from exactly 6,271 applications, we chose 300 startups. We circulated or gave access to those startups to a number of investors around the world who broke that group, scored them all, and we from there selected 66 companies. Over the last 2 days, these companies took to our pitch stages and battled it out in front of a stellar lineup of judges that included investors, journalists, founders, and business executives. Now we're left with just 3, one of whom, by the end of today, will be crowned winner of pitch at Collision 2017. Just so you're clear, each startup has 4 minutes to impress our distinguished judging panel, who you'll get to know in a moment. And that's before they take some questions from our judges. At the end of the pitches, the judges will retire to a deliberation room, it's very fancy, where they will decide the overall winner by throwing a dice. Later today, I just threw that in. Later today at 3:25 p.m., we'll announce the winner right here on censor stage. So before we start the pitches, let's meet our judging panel. First up, a regular on the Midas list, an investor in Birchbox, Hotel Tonight, LearnVest, amongst others. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the co-founder and managing partner of Aspect Ventures, Teresa Gao. Next, people could really write anything on this, and I would read it out. Next, we have a super angel pioneer whose firm, Felicius Ventures, has invested in Fitbit, Credit Karma, Shopify, and Adyen, amongst many others. He is Felicius founder and managing partner, Aydin Senkut. And as an Irishman, reading all of your names is of incredible difficulty for me. It would be great if you were all called Seamus. And finally, we have an investor who previously held senior roles in Facebook, Google, and YouTube. He's invested in the likes of Square, Palantir, and Quora, amongst many others. Please welcome partner at Khosla Ventures, Ben Ling. So before I call the first startup out, I just want to say many years ago, I had some really terrible startups, and I went to some tech conferences, and I went out on stage, and it was my first time going on a stage anywhere, and I was fucking terrified. And all the encouragement you can give when I read out the first startup's name and when they finish their pitch as well will mean so much to them, and it's really important. They're building, all of these people that many of whom you've met over the course of the last 3 days are building things, and that's so important, I think, to the future of not just the American economy but all over the world. And I'd love you to really raise the house for each and every one of them. So here we go. Please welcome to the stage pitch finalist number 1, Brandon Brooks, CEO of Jive from Charleston, South Carolina.
Hello everyone, my name is Brandon Brooks. I'm a musician and the founder and CEO of Jive, the one-stop app for local live music. The local live music industry has 3 key players: venues, musicians, and fans. As we know it, music defines atmosphere, and atmosphere drives bar sales in any city. However, finding and booking local live music is time-consuming and expensive. We know of multiple bars across the Southeast that are paying upwards of $1,600 a week to outsource their booking, and they're not alone. And that's because most new venue owners and managers do not have a Rolodex of local talent, and paying agents is often the most expedient way to fill up their calendars. Those who do not use booking agents have to juggle many communication sources, such as Facebook, text messages, and emails, and have to search around on Spotify, or SoundCloud, or YouTube, or Bandcamp for samples of the artist's work. The market is ready to unify and streamline this process to provide the industry a standard place to discover, contact, book, and pay local talent. Jive is that platform. We've developed a cross-platform mobile app that manages the entire booking process between musicians and venues. Jive brings together all 3 players in the live music industry and is available right now for download on the App Store and on Google Play. So here's how it works. Musicians create profiles and include details including their instruments, location, as well as which genres or style of music that they play. They can embed links to their music directly in their profiles. Musicians can also form bands which have their own profiles and can be managed and booked exactly like a solo artist. Artists and venues both have calendars that display their public gigs. The gig advice, gigs are scheduled, directly in the app by venues. We've added a performer auto invite system which allows venues to select multiple artists in order of preference until the gig is filled. Jive will, if the first artist declines, Jive will automatically notify the venue and invite the next performer until the gig is filled. Push notifications keep users informed about gig updates, gig invites, as well as upcoming shows. Here's the calendar part. Artists and venues both have calendars that display their public gigs. They can either be viewed in a timeline view or in a calendar layout. But this particular venue and pictured in the middle screenshot, Lagunitas Brewery in Charleston, had 24 gigs booked on Jive in April. And as you can see, each gig has details including the time, location, as well as which performer or performers are playing. The main feed tab in the app shows a list of local shows, artists, and venues. Anyone can download the app, and you should download the app right now, to see what shows are happening during Jazz Fest tonight. The Cooper River Bridge Run is one of the most anticipated 10Ks across the East Coast. This year, over 32,000 runners crossed the finish line into downtown Charleston. John King Grill and Bar, located in downtown Charleston, used our app to book live music. After an agent failed to find them an artist the night before the run, they were left without live music. They would have been left without live music on the busiest weekend in Charleston. However, with Jive, they were able to discover and book an artist within an hour of the event to have a musician play. Our initial revenue stream comes from charging venues a booking fee for scheduling gigs on the platform. Soon we'll be processing transactions that allow artists to get paid, and we'll take a transaction fee from that as well. By the end of the year, we'll add an in-app store that allows artists and bands to sell their merch, and we'll take a fee from that. Since we'll be compiling a database of musicians, fans, and their behavior, we'll be able to use this data to create a targeted advertising platform for third parties such as venues, beer and liquor distributors, as well as instrument manufacturers and retailers. Our team comprises of 4 founders, myself, Will, Michael, and Tyler. Combined, we have over 15 years of music industry experience, as well as 12 years of software development. We've bootstrapped our company to this point and brought it to market February 8th, and currently have over 150 gigs booked. We're currently seeking $250,000 to hire on additional developers, as well as hire a sales team and a marketing team. Again, we are Jive, the one-stop app for local live music. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. Judges?
Quick question. How many events have you guys booked, and can you give us marketplace stats? How many musicians, how many venues?
Sure, so we've booked over 150 gigs on the app since February. We currently have 600 users, around 600 users. That includes about 450 artists, as well as about 150 fans, and 20 venues. In 80 cities, I apologize, I should have said that.
And what's your GMV? Like, how much have you processed through these bookings? Aggregate value of the bookings?
So we would do a booking fee, basically, of $10 to $12, depending upon the size of the venue.
Okay.
And how big is this market overall in terms of, so if you've got 20 venues now, how many venues are there, and would you see the revenue that you could get?
So that's a great question. I'm just going to ask the audience, how many people in this room like live music? So this is our target market right here. Bars want to see these people into their establishments, and they know that live music drives bar sales, so they need the musicians to help that. So that is literally every last, restaurant, bar, small venue that has live music. Every person like yourselves who want to see live music on Frenchman Street tonight, download the app, as well as any musician who plays or wants to play a gig.
And how do you think about acquisition of all the respective parties?
So that's so far it's all been organic. That's one thing that we're asking for investment for to help us get the capital to hire a sales team. So we've had, out of the 80 cities of musicians that we have signed up, we've had a couple of them reach out to us expressing interest in actually helping get these venues signed up in their own cities. So that's kind of been our organic growth from there.
Fantastic. Brandon, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well done. I had no role in this, but next on stage is pitch finalist number 2, Santina Doherty, CEO of Unravel from Ireland.
Hi everybody, I am Santina, CEO and co-founder of Unravel. Unravel is an API that tests web apps faster with machine learning. Our mission is to become the de facto standard for functional testing for web apps, replacing Selenium. Testing for the web is broken. Companies will spend over $1 trillion on QA and testing alone this year, representing 35% of total global IT budgets. Just 29% of functional testing activities are automated, and revenue-critical end-to-end user journey testing is non-existent. The testing process is flawed, and Unravel will disrupt functional testing for web apps with intelligence-led QA for software development teams. Basically, the biggest problem with the testing process is that very often, most of the time, when your test fails, it's because the test itself is out of date and not that your web application is broken. And there's a number of reasons for this. Selenium tests, the current open source standard for browser testing, is very time consuming to write, and it's also brittle, so the tests break as soon as you make updates to your website. Functional testing tests individual components of the user journey. It's not holistic, and it uses mock systems to do that. The actual user journey, end to end, takes place over the real live web, with errors frequently occurring on the boundaries of those components. Existing commercial solutions cater for a dying QA process, targeting QA testers and teams, while developers today need automated functional testing tools to integrate within their continuous integration and deployment workflows. And finally, pressure to get to market means testing can be often rushed, ignored, or not done at all. What's different about Unravel is that our tests don't break. They are resilient, and they adapt as you make changes to your website. Unravel uses machine learning to identify and classify all elements on the page, including all user interactions required to complete a user journey, such as booking a flight. Unravel also uses expert systems to handle websites from specific types of verticals, including e-commerce, SaaS, and travel, by encoding the human knowledge about how those websites work. This video shows Unravel tests stepping through a user journey on behalf of pre-alpha client Welco, identifying form fields relative to confidence accuracy, and progressing through to complete a product purchase. As Welco update their website, Unravel tests dynamically adapt to incorporate those changes, saving time. We're Unravel. We're an experienced team of 5, co-founded by myself and Donald Trodden, CTO of Unravel. We've raised $750,000 to date. We're ahead of schedule with our product development, already engaged in early trials with customers, and planning to release our alpha in July 2017 of this year. We're currently raising $1 million to scale our data collection, reinforce our competitive lead, and also to establish our business operation in the US from September of this year. We anticipate post-public launch that will generate $2 million in sales revenue in the first 12 months. Our team has deep domain knowledge in automated testing technologies, machine learning, website security, and enterprise sales. The customer value Unravel will deliver is that it will save companies a lot of time and also accelerate website releases. Our goal is to maximize usage by providing free access to the Unravel API for open source projects, scale our data collection, and also provide value-based pricing, charging $50 per month per concurrent test lane. Intelligence-led QA for software development teams is here. Sign up and become a customer.
Can I ask a quick question? The 2 million revenue number, is that a projected number or is that an actual number?
That's a projected number.
And what is the actual number?
Sorry, I don't understand the
What
question.
is the actual number?
So far. You're in alpha, so do you have any revenue to date?
No, we're pre-revenue. Our product will be released in July. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the usage patterns? So how do I actually use the product? Who writes the tests?
So developers write their own tests. We provide access to our API. It's very simple to integrate within CI and CD workflows. You ping our API and you get the results back as a JSON object.
And then who writes the success criteria?
The success
The
criteria?
developer also writes the success criteria.
Exactly. So any set of assertions can be used. There's also value adds. For example, we will test for analytics and advertising tracking that it's sending all information back to servers correctly. There's some security features in there in terms of making sure there's no malware or phishing links loaded as each resource is loaded on site. We're really building a platform that will enable developers to build applications based on browsing the web by user intent. So we have further plans in the medium term to be able to license our technology as well.
For a developer to use your API, is this a faster process for them or just a more efficient process, more complete?
Much faster. It's a good question. Developers can write the tests in plain English, and hence they can really rip out a lot of time. They don't have to go and find XPath elements on page in order to write their tests. They can say, I want to test this flight booking path, this payment form, any stage of the user journey, and the Unravel technology underneath that will drive the tests.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause for him. Santina. Next on stage is our final pitch finalist number 3, Wissam Abdullah, CEO of Hazel.
My name is Wissam, and I'm the CEO at Hazel. At Hazel, we believe that great managers make companies, and bad managers break them. We help first-time managers become great by showing them where they need to improve, and then giving them tools and resources to grow. I have to admit something. My first gig as a manager was rough. And although that was over a decade ago, I still remember how much I struggled. Unfortunately, my experience is not unique. In fact, most first-time managers struggle to find their footing, and as many as half of them fail in their first year. And while that's certainly bad for the managers themselves, the impact of failing managers on teams and companies is even more devastating. With bad managers, companies see a sharp drop in employee engagement, productivity, and retention. This results in millions in turnover costs. It's no wonder that 90% of the more than 100 HR leaders we've talked to have told us that manager development is one of their top 5 priorities. And we know that US companies spend $8.5 billion a year to address it. Today they do 2 things. Either they'll bring in an external management trainer to do a workshop or a seminar, or they'll try to create some resources internally on their own. The problem with both of those solutions is that it's not personalized, it's one size fits all, it's not ongoing, it's one and done, and it's often not engaging. It feels a whole lot like school. This is where Hazel comes in. We've designed a new and truly effective way for companies to develop and enable their managers. Our methodology is informed by leading research and best practices, and we continue to work closely with experts in manager development to refine it. We call it the measure, learn, apply loop. It starts with a lightweight survey, asking the manager's team to help identify where they're strong, but also where they need to improve. So questions like, does your manager give actionable feedback? Are they good at delegation? Do they keep the team focused? Our 3-minute survey makes it easy to find out, and responding to questions over Slack feels effortless. With the results from the survey, we're able to generate a personalized report for each manager in the company, showing them where they're strong, but also where they need to improve. If a manager is particularly great in one area, they can opt in to be a peer mentor to others in the company. And if they struggle with something, Hazel's recommendation engine suggests personalized learning and growth plans to help them improve. Each growth plan is 4 to 6 weeks long and consists of a combination of insightful content and real-life challenges to help the manager practice their skills. For instance, in a given week, a manager might be asked to watch a quick video, read an article, meet with a peer mentor, and have a conversation with a direct report. And when they're short on time, they can learn just as easily by interacting with our Slack bot. Each session with our Slack bot lasts just a few minutes, so it fits perfectly in between meetings or during their commute. Finally, every week, Hazel checks in with every employee at the company, giving managers insights into how their team is doing, as well as jumping off points for in-person conversations. And of course, HR gets a bird's eye view into how all managers in the company are progressing. That way they can easily prove the effectiveness of Hazel to their leadership team. What makes our team stand out is that we've all been through this before. All 10 of us have worked together for years, building and selling HR software at our previous successful company. And it's our awesome team that has enabled us to move so fast. We just finished Techstars, and in those 3 months, we were able to bring a compelling MVP to market and generate more than $500,000 in qualified sales opportunities. We charge $50 to $100 per manager per month, and across our pipeline, our average annual contract is just over $20,000. We're Hazel. We help companies develop and enable their managers in a personalized, ongoing, and engaging way so that no one ever has to manage like I did in my first year. Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about your sales and acquisition model? How do you acquire companies?
So today it's primarily through outbound sales. So the guys over at Outreach are actually mentors of ours. We've been working with them for years at my previous company as well. So we're running cold outbound sequences to our top 3 buyer personas. And that's where the majority of our early access customers have come from today.
Do you enable a bottoms-up approach also, where an individual manager can sign up?
So we've thought about the bottoms-up approach, but our experience is in selling to HR, and we find that going top-down, we're able to go in with somebody who has a mandate to roll this out and roll it out to all managers instead of trying to get mass velocity of a bunch of managers to sign up for like an app or something.
Okay. And can I quickly ask, the 500K is the pipeline?
Yeah, that's our pipeline.
Have you closed any of that yet?
Yep, so we've got 7 signed contracts.
7 signed contracts.
Largest one is AdRoll.
Okay, and that slide that had AdRoll was then the companies that are already using the product?
Some of them are pipeline.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And you mentioned you guys have, the co-founders have worked together before in the HR space. What company was that?
So it was a Canadian payroll company, actually. So 60-person company, 10 of us were working on an HR project, and the 10 of us left to start Hazel. So Tim, my co-founder, was our CTO, and Misha, who's driving the slides, is our CMO. He was our VP of marketing there. I was COO. So they're still running and doing well, focusing on, they're sort of like Zenefits of Canada.
And have you raised before? Like, how much have you raised today?
So at Hazel, we've raised $550,000 so far in a pre-seed.
Okay.
And I've raised money at our previous company as well.
And so which of the online training programs do you see as being your closest potential competitor or substitute? I know not the offline things, but there's tons of online computer-based training stuff.
For sure. So I mean, the one that we run into or that people talk about most often is something like Lynda. The problem that HR managers see with that is, there are some okay management courses on Lynda, but you buy a license, $50 per manager per month or whatever, and it's like, okay, go watch the videos. It doesn't have, it's assistance without assessment. And it's not tied in, you're not tracking it. So, I mean, the way that we look at it, like in measure, learn, and apply, there's a lot of competitors that are going horizontal across. Like Lynda will teach you anything you want, from Excel to management training. Companies like CultureAmp do all kinds of measurement, right? And they're a great company. We focus very narrowly down the three on that focus on manager development and enablement.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Huge
that.
round of
Thanks,
applause
guys.
for Hazel.
Thank you.
Before I ask for a huge round of applause for our judges, I just want to say we'll announce the final of the competition at about 3:25. Straight after lunch, we have the co-founder of WeWork, Mikkel, on stage at 2 p.m. So a huge round of applause for all of our startups and for our three judges. Thank you so much. See you guys after lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our morning sessions. The stage will now break for lunch, with talks resuming at 2:10 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Collision will resume in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage Collision and Web Summit Head of Communications, Mike Harvey.
Hi everyone. So welcome to the final afternoon of Collision. Thanks very much for being here. I hope you're having a great time. So we've got a stellar lineup for this last afternoon. I think everyone's really anticipating to hear the announcement of the pitch final winner. That'll be along in a little while. We've got some great stars. We're finishing up today with Alexis Ohanian from Reddit. But before we get to any of that, we've got our next fireside. So the future of work, the future of enterprise, the future of how offices work. It's a subject for all of us in one way or another. Miguel McKelvey, the co-founder of WeWork, is in conversation with Stephen Bertoni of Forbes. Please welcome them to the stage.
All right, Miguel. Let's start off. Give me the current state of WeWork, because you were telling me before at lunch, like the size of this. What is going on?
Well, we've got 143 locations, I think, as of a couple of days ago, and that's global, spread across the world. China, Korea, Australia, South America, obviously across the US and also through Europe and Israel. And it's become a global network, over 100,000 members, and companies of all shapes and sizes, everyone from the single entrepreneur up to now large companies, Fortune 500 companies that are putting in divisions or portions of their workforce. And so it's become incredibly diverse community made up of all kinds of people doing all kinds of things.
And you mentioned when I think of WeWork, I always think of startups, freelancers, a lot of upstarts, but you have a large amount of enterprise clients, like big names. Kind of tell me like who they are and like why do they use a WeWork instead of using a headquarters or having their own offices? They can definitely afford it.
I think everyone, we celebrate here at Collision as well as in many other venues the small business and the energy of the startup. There's certainly something that comes from companies that are in that stage where they're growing and changing and evolving, and like they have a lot of questions to ask. They're trying to figure out who they are, and they're taking on big challenges. And I think that energy we're all in some ways inspired by and addicted to and engaged with. Big companies want that. They want to feel that same energy, and some probably have it and some don't. The ones that don't, it may be hard to transform a culture of 10,000 people or 20,000 people or whatever, and especially to try to do it all at once. And so what we've seen is some really cool examples where a large company is putting an innovation division or a digital department inside of a WeWork, and they may have 300, 400, 500 people, and that group is engaging in a new environment, which is different from the other one, and also hopefully they're inspired by all those small companies and the energy that's surrounding them.
Do a lot of times these companies, do they have another office in the same city that this kind of like innovation kind of skunkworks is in?
Yeah, I think there's so many different configurations. It could be that they do have another local office and they're perhaps putting a division. There's also cases where it's the branch office and say the home office is in another place. So I think the configurations come in many different forms. We also see people who are looking for a flexible solution. So Microsoft, for example, has an office in New York City, but they're allowing a bunch of their employees to use WeWork locations across the whole city, which from a functional perspective is pretty cool, because if you're doing a bunch of sales meetings, why go all the way back to the home office when, if you have a break between, you could pop into, one location for a couple hours. So all kinds of configurations, that's part of the benefit of this flexible environment.
And you mentioned that, that a lot of these big companies want the energy of their employees to be with startups and founders and vice versa. How do the two groups interact? Like if you have a bunch of startups on like this side of the floor, then you have 500 people from Microsoft on the other. What is that culture like?
Well, I think the thing that's great, and what I think we all hope for, is that people are people, and no matter whether you work for a big corporation or you're a startup, you can find things in common. And so I think in our common areas especially, and the simplest of means, waiting in line for an espresso or whatever is a great time to meet someone new, or preparing your lunch in a common area, just hanging out. Those are the times when people are detached from their normal workflow and have the opportunity to perhaps just run into someone and start a conversation. And I think in that context, that's where we want to foster this really cool, open, fun environment, because then people are more open to that. And we sort of think, if you're happy, you're more likely to have a positive interaction. So the things that we do with our spaces to design them in a way that feels, fun and inspiring and cool. It's not just because they look cool in an Instagram photo or whatever. It's because we really think they affect people's soul in a way, and everyone deserves to have that, uplifting spirit.
So what makes, so you guys are helping steer what the modern office, what the modern workspace looks like. What makes a great workspace these days? What are some things you focus on specifically that make people want to go there, and how is that different than a traditional way of?
Well, one thing which I think gets, I think we see this evolution towards density, and density is something that is a complex topic because, everyone responds to people being close to them in a different way. But certainly the energy that comes from more people in a small space, you feel that. And then, when people are working hard and they're passionate about what they do, and then they are close enough together that their energy sort of bumps up against each other, that creates a vibe that is much different than, say, a big office where people have a lot of space between them, where utilization is low because half the time, half the desks are empty. And most people have been in a workspace and seen that sort of like open, sort of wasteland of people quietly working. It may be fine for some people, but at the same time, it's like if you want to feel that energetic vibe, you need to purposefully create it. It doesn't happen by accident. So we're very specific about the ratios in terms of density, about the common areas that we develop, how many of them there are, how large they are, specifically because we feel like those formulas result in this energy level. And so, translating that to other environments is where our next sort of frontier challenge is, because we have to say, well, that works when you put it here, but what happens if, say, you try to do it, in an environment that perhaps we don't totally control?
I'm just curious, how many people in this audience have worked out of a WeWork before? Show of hands. Very
nice.
cool.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How many people hate their office space? Not WeWork, but just in general right now.
Very few. That's good.
That's good. In terms of how do you design a common space, or you design like a feature or to put into all the WeWorks, what is it like how do you come up with the ideas, and how do you experiment? You kind of beta test it in certain places before you implement it, kind of
Yeah, I mean,
nationwide?
what's amazing because of the volume, with 143 locations, and now we're opening anywhere from 10 to 15 a month, we run our development almost, like a software company. So, we're iterative. We have a product. We think of it as a product. So our team is, developing a product, and there's different people responsible for different components, and they're all iterative. So each version is sort of released in a new way, and we're looking at the way things perform. And we've done things like, the way the Uber app was, where after you have a ride, you have to rate it. We did that with our conference rooms, for example. So after you use a conference room, what did you think about it? What were the positives and negatives? So, we have product owners. We have people who are trying to make the spaces as good as they can be. And then we're also looking at it collectively in terms of what do people need as a suite of sort of services. So, I mean, there's some times where you want to have a private conversation. Sometimes you want semi-private. Sometimes you want, to be out in the open. And what's the right mix of those components? And a lot of it is, just observation. I mean, some of it is scientific, where we actually, put a camera, we watch how people use the space, and we sort of develop heat maps that show. And oftentimes we're releasing something and then changing it a few days later after it's released, so in the next version it's updated.
Do you have any favorite kind of fails that you tried to put in and didn't work out?
Well, what's weird is like a lot of the things that we think about in terms of like specialization oftentimes aren't needed. So technology is one of those ones that's really tough because everyone's on a different platform. Some people say with like video conferencing, you would think that one of the most powerful things would be from location to location communication, facilitating that. But the reality is like some people are using FaceTime, some are on Google Hangouts, some are on whatever platform, some on Skype, and it's like, so you can't make like, it's not like a company where you can force everyone to use the same platform. So some of the challenges are like, because everyone's doing their own thing and has their own working methods, just making sure you have like the right cables in place to connect, you know, a computer or whatever. Those challenges can derail things that might seem like a really good idea. But also, I would say there are also use cases that people use. So we have phone booths. For those of you who have been in a WeWork, you've probably been in a phone booth. Very small room, much too small for me, actually, being an extra large person. But I feel almost uncomfortable inside a phone booth. But yet we've seen people have two-person meetings, you know, side by side in the phone booth. And so there's those kind of cases where people are also using the spaces in ways that you don't expect, and then can you, you know, iterate on that and maybe make it work better for that use case.
And now that you're global, and I mean, every country works different, every culture works different, is a WeWork in China look different than a WeWork in New Orleans? Are there any interesting kind of trends you're seeing within different groups of people as you become a truly like global company?
Well, one of the premises, I mean, when Adam and I started the company, you know, one of the first things we did was we didn't even have a business plan, but we sort of had a stack of paper with ideas on it. And one of those was a map with, you know, dots of the cities that we thought we would be in. And so from the beginning, we felt like we would be global because we felt like the people who unite around these ideas of openness, of connectivity, of collaboration, that they're everywhere. Like that was just fundamental. We believed they were everywhere and that we could uncover them and bring them together. So, you know, once we got to China, we certainly were like, who knows? Like, I mean, we can't prove, I mean, we don't know for sure that there's a market for us. And it was one of the coolest validations, I mean, in this whole, you know, adventure was to walk in when we opened the first location in China, and it literally felt just like WeWork. I mean, it felt like, of course, people are speaking Chinese. I can understand what they're saying. But I mean, there was people at the ping pong table. There's people, you know, drinking coffee. There's people hanging out in the common areas. Like the hair color and like, you know, might be different, but like the vibe was almost exactly the same.
And the ping pong skills might be a little more advanced.
In some cases, yeah, for sure. Although, as you know, that's one of the things like you find over time that people do unite around things like that. And some of our ping pong tournaments have been some of the coolest ways that, you know, we build community. But I would say that that's a really cool thing. Like you go to Mexico City, you know, you squint your eyes and you could be in Shanghai, you know, or you could be in Sydney. And I think that's a really cool thing to imagine. We're all a part of something that's sort of bigger than us, and that there isn't that much that separates it. At least in this group of people, we really share a lot. And it feels good to be a part of that. It feels good to feel the warmth of being a part of that, you know, community, and to have it be familiar, you know.
Very cool. And I feel like there's so much of focus now in technology and startups on culture, company culture. I think, you know, Chris Sacco was up here a couple days ago for I think 9 or 10 hours talking about it. But WeWork is interesting because it's a tech company, but it's also a real estate company, a design company, a social network company. You know, like, you have all different skills, all different people, and you said there's like you have what 2,000 employees. Like, how do you manage that culture? How do you manage the ethos? How do you make it all work?
Well, yeah, I think it's one of the coolest things about our company is that we are quite diverse. I mean, we started with the premise very early on that we wanted to take as many of the capabilities in-house as we could. So it's not common for a company to have an architecture department, interior design, you know, development, real estate, you know, finance, social media, digital design, you know, engineers. Like we have across, you know, a wide spectrum of talent sets and skill sets, which is really cool in from a diversity perspective, but also really challenging because you're dealing with a lot of different cultures and people who are working on in some ways divergent challenges. And so bringing them together is a really great challenge. And for me personally, you know, about a year ago, I sort of gave up the great majority of my direct responsibility from an operating perspective. So I had before been, you know, really involved in the day-to-day. And I was able to step back and say, you know, what's it going to be like here for the next 5 years, 10 years, 50 years? Like, what are we trying to build here, and how are we going to get there? How are we going to become a truly great company? And it all comes down to the people. I mean, it's all about creating a place where the people that walk in every day are excited to be there, that they're engaged with the work that they're doing, that they feel like, you know, they're on a path towards self-fulfillment. And if we can create an environment where everyone feels that way, where everyone feels like the company and their journey are aligned, then that's the best case scenario for both of us.
How do you do that? Like in terms of, you guys started like a, you know, scrappy, like 10 people in a room, and now you have thousands. Like, is there Is this something you sit down and consciously have meetings about? Do you put people in charge of it? Do you have coaches? Like, how do you, it's such a, people are so messy to deal with. Like, how do you deal with this whole thing as a
you
culture?
know, I think from what I've learned, and obviously it's shallow in the sense of how much time I've been focused on it so far, but a lot of this stuff, it comes from the top, you know? So when Adam and I first talked about it and said, you know, what are you gonna do going forward? You know, he's the CEO. I have a little bit more freedom to try to figure out like what's the most important role I can play. And you know, we came to the conclusion that the best thing that I could do was focus on our culture. And that's a big move for a company to say, you know, a co-founder is going to be totally focused on internal culture. And I think that flows down. I mean, in specific terms, you know, I currently have like an Airtable with 118 initiatives in it that are all related to culture, and they're all related to everything from compensation to vacation policy to, you know, day-to-day interactions between managers and employees to rewards and recognition. Like, those are the things that I come in thinking about every day and prioritizing and trying to work on. And those are the things that are important to me and the ones that I'll continue to work on for, you know, hopefully the rest of my career, because I believe that they're the most interesting challenges that I can personally take on.
Do you look at what other companies out there do you look at as like a model for like, this is a big company that has like a great internal culture?
You know, that's a really good question. I haven't done enough work yet to study that. What I've heard on the opposite side is, you know, certainly the ones where people said, hey, blank used to be really cool. Yeah. You know, blank was awesome to work for in the past, but now it's gone downhill. That's, you know, what we never want to become, you know, and I think to me that's the really great challenge is you hear those stories all the time. I think we want to be better. I want people to say, you know, we've only improved, and that story never happens to us. That said, I mean, you know, there are certainly companies that, you know, win the best places to work awards, and whether that's a Whole Foods or a Google or you know, there's a company in Montreal, GSoft, that I've just started to understand what they do, and they've been celebrated for their culture, and I'm interested in learning more about them. So I'm just starting to get into that in terms of looking outside. I've been for a long time trying to understand us from the inside, and then we'll figure out how to reconcile those things.
And then, you know, moving on from culture to kind of the business, you were mentioning that you guys are opening 15 locations a month now?
Yeah.
And is that,
a lot.
it's crazy. And is that, like, now going forward the next couple of years, like, is that, like, a benchmark you want to keep? Do you want to slow it down? Do you want to actually expand it? Like, what's, like, the plan here?
You know, we're definitely building our ability so that we can continue to grow and to scale. And I think the opportunity, I think, continues to grow with us. And so, you know, as people reevaluate what they think we are and their own relationship to the workspaces that they're in, I think our market can, you know, we're educating and inspiring the market to change. Yeah. And so, you know, I still go back to this feeling that I've had from the beginning when people would say, well, how big is your market? You know, if you look at just Manhattan, you know, you can look around the city, there's thousands of buildings. You know, how many people working in those buildings walk in and say, oh my God, I love this, it's great, it's a beautiful workspace? I think a very small percentage. And I think we're still in that space where we might be 1% of the total number of buildings just in Manhattan. And so I just feel like there's so much room when you look at it as a human condition that we're trying to affect. Rather than just say our business model can apply to this or that, say how many human beings are truly affected in a positive way by the workspace they walk into every day. That's our game. Like, that's where we want to get to, is to impact as many of them as possible.
And you're expanding like crazy. You guys have raised a ton of capital. Is there pressure to go public? Is there anything on that front happening?
You know, the good thing is we don't have any reason to rush. You know, we're in a great place. We're doing great things. We're growing quickly. You know, all of our financing, the financing mechanisms continue to support us in a way that we can continue to grow. And I think the cool thing is that, you know, the opportunities are there, but we'll be able to choose. I think what's more interesting, you know, for us is to say, what's going to empower us and our members? If that's the right solution at some point, will that improve, you know, our relationship with our members? Will it allow us to support them in more ways? That would be the time when it would say, yeah, it's time to go public. But if not, you know, no rush. And I think, you know, we are looking at how do we do more. And, you know, without being overtly, you know, sound like I'm marketing, you know, I feel like we are doing more every day to support our members. Like the member experience that someone might have had a year ago is hopefully much better, and it will continue to get better. And that's what we're here for, is to support our members. That's our primary purpose.
And we have like a minute left. I feel like tech is changing so quickly. Just people's working habits and commuting habits are changing. What are you seeing in terms of like the future of work? Like, is there major shifts going on, or is it more just headlines and people still do the same thing day to day?
I think it's all about purpose and meaning. I mean, I think people are searching for meaning in their life and in their job, and I think that's the trend. Like, that's the shift that we're tuned into. We feel like that people's lives without meaning are obviously empty, and certainly if you spend 8, 10, 12, 14 hours of your day at work and you don't feel like it's purposeful and that you're doing something greater than yourself in some way. And so I think that continues to go. I mean, I think young people today are not going to settle for less. And so, one of the things that we've just launched, we have this Creator Awards program which we're launching, and we've done one event in DC and one in Detroit coming up. And that's really like inspiring and uncovering the people who do have a mission, and we want to figure out how to support them. And I think that's the kind of thing that we see we can get bigger and better at, is saying, yes, we're in our 4 walls and we support our members, but if we can also reach out to communities and say, hey, we all are a rising tide when we're pursuing a mission, pursuing a passion, the whole sort of community is better for that.
I think that's right on time. That's a good spot to end.
All right.
That was fast. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Miguel,
you.
thank you so much.
Hi, folks. So there are some seats around. If the guys standing at the back, there are some seats around. Please come forward so you can find some seats for the next talk. Thanks so much, Miguel and Steve, for that great insight. So next up, what can I say? We've got 2 very well-known actress activists for you now. Feminism is not a liability. We move from the world of work to the world of media and film. In conversation with Ashley Parrish, the executive producer of Today Digital NBC News, please welcome to the stage Sophia Bush and Alicia Rayner.
Okay, hello everybody. So last night I went to a dinner celebrating women in tech, and at the end of the dinner somebody stood up and raised a glass and said, "May we all be the women that we all needed when we were young." And I thought that was really nice, and I think that we can all think back to those mentors, those people that mentored us and coached us and empowered us. So I'm thrilled to introduce some of those women today. We'll do a brief introduction here. So Alicia Rayner, actress, activist, and producer, well known for her role as Natalie Figueroa, the toughest nails assistant warden. Everyone loves to hate on Orange is the New Black. She produced and starred in Equity, the first ever female-driven Wall Street film, which premiered at Sundance and garnished her many awards. And she's a passionate change maker for women. She's deeply committed to protecting the environment as well. And we have Sophia Bush, who's an actress, activist, entrepreneur, and global education access advocate. She's well known for her fan favorite role as Brooke Davis on the hit show One Tree Hill, and currently stars as Detective Erin Lindsay on NBC's Chicago PD. Sophia also serves as global ambassador for Glamour's The Girl Project, which works to break down the barriers girls face in getting a secondary school education. So Alicia and Sophia, thank you and welcome. Thank you. You are both fiercely passionate about empowering women, enabling women to tell their stories and to kind of forge their own path moving forward. So let's talk about what it means to be a feminist storyteller and how we can kind of incite change through those tactics.
Well, it's funny that you talked about mentorship, because that is such a huge piece of it. And for me, my favorite mentor story is I went to New York Women in Film and Television when I was like in my 20s, and I said, I really need a mentor. And they're like, great, send us your resume. And I sent them my resume, and they're like, could you be a mentor? And I, of course, said yes, but I still have never had a mentor. And I'm so deeply dedicated to being a mentor to women. And just today was like emailing with this young woman who made a little short and saying yes, even when I feel like I don't have any time, but just doing whatever I can because that is the only way. And I would say feminism is such a hard word for so many people, and embracing it and making it your own is a really big piece of it. For me, there's two pieces of what does it mean to be a feminist storyteller. One is really looking at the stereotypes and really looking at our unconscious bias. And first, I always love, like my mother taught me, when you have one finger pointing forward, you have four fingers pointing back, you know, and looking at yourself first and what are your biases, and really looking deep, and being willing to be open to change in that way. You know, as I went on this journey making equity, I saw my own biases about Wall Street, my own biases about people with money, about Republicans, and I had to look at, like, you know, what those biases were and letting them go. The other piece for me is, I love, when we were at Sundance, Effie Brown talked about the 3 things you can do for women: hire, invest, and mentor. And I think those are across any career. And what does that mean? Hire more women. You know, we talk in our business about lists, and like, especially with directors, you'll get a list and producers will be really proud. Oh, I asked for half women. You know, there's half women on this list, but a lot of the women haven't had the opportunities that the men have. So they end up choosing the man anyway, because it's a safer bet. And sometimes you have to take that risk for that more talented woman who hasn't had the chance.
And it's so interesting how there's a pat on the back from your male producer who says there's 50% women on this list. See, I did it. I included women, and I'm like, right, but did you write a check to a woman?
Right.
Did you give a woman the helm of your film?
Right.
Are you actually investing in these women? Because anybody can make a list. Anybody can come sit on a stage like this, and this happened here, and say, I'm an advocate for women in tech, and then literally speak over the woman who's interviewing them. And I'm like, do you even understand that you're such a hypocrite in this moment? Where is the actual practice of the equality? And I'm so excited to have the conversation. I mean, with you, we've known each other a long time, and I'm such a fan of yours. But there's a part of me, I have to be honest, that is so pissed that we have to talk about what it means to be a feminist storyteller, or we have to talk about what it's like to be like, hey, you're a woman in the DGA. I'm like, yeah, I'm a director. Why we have to still sort of highlight the fact that we're having these conversations, that feminism isn't a dirty word, that it literally just means equality. I'm like, I'm an equal opportunity storyteller, actually. And for the men who interrupt women while calling themselves advocates for women, I say, you don't even know that your behavior is the reason we're still having this conversation. Because when you stop interrupting women, when you start writing checks to women, when you invest in women, when it's as easy for a woman to get a job as a man, then I get to just be a director. You get to just be a producer. You don't have to be a feminist producer, girl. You know?
You know, on Equity, we hired a female writer, a female director, a female costume designer, a female production designer. And I'm doing that with my next movie. And I'm doing it, and it's harder sometimes. And I so look forward to that time where I don't have to do it so purposefully. I'm just doing it. And that's, you know, it's the biggest piece of it, is you just have to take the risk, and you have to look at your own behavior.
And you have to start looking at what responsibility looks like. We were discussing something backstage about the fact that we're all here because we're we're either bridging gaps between, entertainment and tech, or for a lot of us, myself included, I've been investing in tech companies for 8 years. I'm a dork about it. I recently took friends to a coffee class, and the roasters were showing me their program. They have an actual, incredibly detailed program that the entire time any batch of coffee is being roasted, it has output graphs of temperature and pressure and humidity and all these things. And I was there, reading this graph, and everybody was like, "You're such a data dork. What's wrong with you?" And
Nothing.
It's the world, nothing, exactly. It's the world that I love, but we're sitting here still having to talk about how we're bridging these gaps and making these efforts. And won't it be nice when you don't have to make the effort? Because I know there's people out there thinking, well, you're hiring women just to hire women. It's like, no, I'm hiring qualified women, but I'm doing it because we have to start changing the data. We have to start changing the statistics. That's how the graphs change. That's how empowerment changes. That's how we can sit and have panels without being interrupted or spoken over. On the stage next door, there was also a panel.
I was so glad that we were all women. I knew that we'd actually listen to each other.
Totally.
And I would talk to you, and you would respond, and I'd talk to you.
And it wouldn't be like this, oh, she's the woman, so the two guys will just talk like this and ignore her existence. And they don't realize they're doing it.
Can I tell your stop story? We were backstage, and we were talking about what it is to be a woman in this business sometimes. And Sophia was saying that she was in a situation, and they were talking about the work, and a man, she came over to bring her ideas, and a man went like this, "Stop." And that was accepted. That's not okay.
Yeah.
And the fact that I have to feel happy that we're all women, that I know that's not going to happen, is not okay.
And I think that that's part of what's interesting about the point is you have to listen to people's experiences rather than say, oh, we're past it, that doesn't happen anymore. We're not. We're not past gender inequality. We're not past racial inequality. We're not past all of the prejudices that affect people. And so if you can say, here are smart, talented, multifaceted, educated people who happen to be women, let's hire them to help flush out their resumes. Let's really make sure we are the ones taking the leaps for each other, because it doesn't mean that there's some finite bucket of success. But the issue is that it's really just been everyone who has access, the one group who has access to the bucket. And everybody needs to have access to the bucket.
And it's one of the things we tried to do with equity was, I'm not going to change the system. I can just change me. So I can just do what I can do, and I'm going to make this littler movie, not the $100 million movie. I'm going to make a little movie, and I'm going to hire all women. And I think if you can't hire, let's say you're not in a position to hire, if you can't invest, you can mentor. Whether you're a man or a woman, you can mentor a woman and help get her to that next place.
I think that's such a nice point. I'd love to talk about, somebody told me once, the greatest abuse of power is not realizing that you have it internally.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, so good.
How do we tap into it? What are your suggestions, right? In, the one finger pointing out and the other four pointing back. How do we do that? How do we get past ourselves a little bit to try to forge our own path?
I think a lot of it is activism in the form of mentorship. I think mentorship is a huge piece of it. And really looking at, what can you do with young women, and how can you help them? There are so many amazing organizations that you can volunteer your time to, but you can also go to your local college, go to your local high school. I work with an organization called Build that goes into inner cities, and kids get to come up with ideas as entrepreneurs, and we give them feedback, and then there are soft skills we're teaching about interviewing and about dressing as we're doing it. And it's been incredible. There's so many different ways that you can mentor and give back and really help that next generation.
And I think on that sort of close touch point in your industry, if you're going to mentor somebody, fantastic. And I also think we have to start looking, we have to look at microcosms and at the macro. And for me, the reason that I dedicate my free time, and a lot of my time that isn't free, to global education access for girls is because I know what happens when a woman is educated and she has an opportunity. I know what the financial sense and fiscal responsibility of elevating the GDP by eradicating gender disparity looks like, and I also know that it's a moral imperative to make sure that women around the world have access to education and clean water and maternal care, and that their children become healthier, their communities become healthier. It's, again, it's data, and when the numbers and what you know to be morally sound meet up, you've got to dedicate to that. And so it's interesting because whether it's about me mentoring a girl who comes to work on my show or making sure that I'm fighting for the rights of girls in Guatemala to get into secondary school, I know that those things are, it's like a tessellation. You know, there's sort of these expanding mirrors of each other, and dedicating yourself to that stuff is what fuels you. You know, I always say to people, like, what pisses you off? What gets you up in the morning? And like, yeah, when a man stuck his hand in my face and told me to stop speaking to my director, I took a deep breath, I backed away from him because I wanted to punch him in the mouth. And as soon as I was at a distance where I could not do so, I turned around and I said, I understand you're feeling a little hot because you don't like the way the scene is written. If you ever put your finger in my face like that again, I will break it. And he was like, oh. And I was like, that's where we live today. That's okay? Right. And I think it's really important for us, whether it's in a slightly humorous tete-a-tete or in a very serious moment of standing up for yourself, you have to say something. You have to do something. You have the right to take up space. As a woman, you have the right to take up as much space as anyone else in the room. And if anyone wants to tell you that, you know, you're being a sensitive snowflake or whatever, you know that you're not. So look to the people who want to support you and speak out for you and mentor you, and also support and speak out for yourself.
And have that tribe. You know, I think it's so important as women that we have tribes of women that we can go to, and that they just equals. We can mentor each other, you know. The end of that story of never finding a mentor is I have found my tribe of women and we help each other. And it is so important that we do that we say, like, oh, that behavior is not okay. And when you were speaking about youth, one of the things that really occurred to me is there are so many women about child choices. So be it choosing to be a parent, be it choosing to come back to the workforce after being a parent. It's really important that we support adult women too, because that's a place where people sort of off-road sometimes, and allowing them the power and the space and the empowerment to come back.
I love that. And I love the idea of finding that tribe. And I think that mentorship, incredibly important, but when it comes to competitors, and probably all of the women sitting out there, you're not competitive with each other, right? You're collaborators versus, if we can think that way, right? Collaborator versus competitor. Maybe we change a little bit of the tide that way. Final thoughts. I mean, we've got a packed room. I can't even see to the edge of it here. What are some things that the audience and all of us can do to make a better impact on this world, right? In this case, we heard mentorship, we heard, you know, invest, hire, all of that stuff, you know, believe in the power within. Is there kind of one lasting thing that you can share with us that, you know, we can tweet out maybe and help change the world?
What would you say?
Well, I think that something that's incredibly important and easy is getting active in your community. And there's so many databases now, and we are at a tech conference. I mean, look at platforms like CrowdRise. that literally offer you millions of charities at your fingertips and can say, here's how you get in contact with them. What arenas are you passionate about? Here's a way that you can start a fundraiser. I'm a huge fan of people donating their birthdays. No one needs more stuff. So if you sign up for something and then send a link to all of your family and friends and put it on your social media and say, hey, if you were going to get me a card, which like nice cards now are $5, like when did that happen? Like don't spend $5 on a birthday card for me. Send me an email and donate it to a cause that I'm passionate about. Let's change energy for other people. That's so simple. Like sign up, tweet it, donate something, get moving, and then figure out if you can donate finances or time.
I love that. Yeah, we actually did Echo Age. They have them for kids too. So we did Echo Age for our daughter this year for her birthday, and like she got to choose a charity that she loved, and then half of and she got to choose how much was donated and how much she got everybody put in for one gift, and it was so cool because she got her bike and the charity of her choice got like $500, which for a little kid was very impactful. And that's the one thing I would say is today, like before we finish this panel in less than 2 minutes, pick one action, one charity, one thing that you this year deeply want to devote yourself to. And then pick one person. Okay, I'm gonna pick one person and I'm gonna mentor them this year. Those like 2 actions, like pick one organization and one mentorship, and that's it. And then for the year, you're like golden, good karma.
I love it. Are you taking it, mentors?
I am. I made this decision, and this is a Shonda Land decision. Is the year of yes with mentorship. I have not said no to a single person, which is insane of me. But I also, every time I tell them, this is what I can offer. Like it might be 1 minute, a week, but I'll give you that 1 minute.
That's great. That's great. Alicia, Sophia, thank you so much for being here, for talking to us, for being the positive change in the world that we live in. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Coming.
So that was pretty amazing. Thank you very much. So from one big issue to another one, perhaps slightly more techie issue. So the title for this super fireside is there a future for humans? With automation, digitization, technology advance, AI, your robots, the rise of robots, there's been a lot of headlines about it. 2 people who know so much about this topic for you now. We're going to have Owen Gottlieb, the chairman of Group M, and Stephen Wolfram, founder of Wolfram Research, are in conversation with the editor-in-chief of VentureBeat, Blaise Zarega. Please welcome them on stage.
All right. Hello, everybody. That's a tough act to follow. Big issues, but we have a big issue that we're going to be talking about too. The fate of humanity will be determined in 25 minutes. In all seriousness, it is an important topic. It's a very weighty topic, and the future of humans. We're living in an incredible time of very, very rapid advances in AI, automation, robotics. And it's faster than anyone imagined. Sergey Brin said he never saw it coming. There have been a lot of alarmist cries. Elon Musk is worrying about humans going extinct. Steve Hawking has joined that chorus. Bill Gates is waking up as well, also setting out alarm bells. There was a book, the big book this fall was Homo Deus. which predicts a very dystopian future, an age where a small group of humans controls machines who then control the rest of humanity. Pretty dark stuff. But at the same time, we've also, look at what else is happening. We've got, self-driving cars, we've got speech recognition, medical breakthroughs, incredible economic productivity. And so my first question for these very good-looking and handsome panelists here is what's your view? Are you a utopian or are you a dystopian? Somewhere in between, and why? Somebody start.
I can start. I mean, I think what we're seeing with computation, AI, and so on is the continuation of a very long-running story, which is the story of the development of technology. I mean, if there's one thing that's actually advanced through history, it's technology. It's kind of a progressive thing that's happened through history. And technology is all about taking things that we used to have to do ourselves as humans and making them be able to be done automatically. And we get to do more and more of those kinds of things. And so the question then is, what do the humans still have to do? And I think the thing to realize is what technology has been doing and is going increasingly towards is getting to the point where we as humans define the goals that we're setting, and then it's up to technology to, as automatically as possible, achieve those goals. So, when people ask, what's the space that's left for the humans? Well, the answer is figuring out what to do. The doing of it, we can automate. The figuring out what to do is the kind of quintessentially human piece.
Do you share that, or?
I do in principle, but I am much more fearful than Stephen.
Okay.
Let me start by saying that, if we were having this conversation 3-4 years ago, I would be sitting here bemoaning the eventual end of Moore's Law with all the implications of that, and would be pointing to quantum computing as something that was still 2-3 decades away. Right. That was the best that conventional wisdom had 3-4 years ago. Today, with advances in qubits at Intel and at IBM and other places, we're in a very, very different place. And all of a sudden, problems that we thought we had 2 decades to deal with, we're going to be facing them much, much more quickly. Right. And so on the one hand, the nerd in me is very, very happy about this. It's wonderful. The little voice in the back of my head is saying a dystopian outcome is perhaps more likely unless we begin to take steps today.
And if we don't take those steps, then we're the proverbial frog in the pot of water on the stove?
Well, we are, because while I absolutely agree that it's up to humans to figure out what the machines, what the AI components need to do, you have corporations, you have Wall Street, you have the drive for improved productivity, you have the drive towards commoditization, right? All of these things tend to drive, I mean, I remember, I arrived in New York as a 15-year-old. The New York World's Fair was in progress, so I've just given away my age. And I went to the World's Fair that was taking place there, to the GE Pavilion, where they talked about the impact of the end-stage industrial revolution. They weren't even talking about computing back then, as so significant that by the beginning of the next millennium, we would have a 2.5-day work week. Well, we all know what bullshit that turned out to be.
Well, but I mean, so let's talk about then about what makes us humans and what is, what, in our title of the session, there's this implied threat that humanity is imperiled. That there's something about what makes us humans, as Stephen would call it, the deciding, I guess, or telling machines what to do. But we could let's get specific here about how are these technological forces changing our creativity, what it means to be curious. If a machine's always telling me and knows what I want before I want it, then do I need to be curious anymore?
Look, the thing that one realizes is, everything that one can define what one wants to have happen, one can potentially automate that piece of functionality. That's what I've spent my life doing, is taking things that
where one can define what one wants, then one can automate it. Even if it's something like create something, create an interesting artwork. I've done things, other people have done many things with that where, in fact, mass customized art, where you say, okay, I want this wonderful, flooring pattern that fits in this weird shape. Nobody's ever made one of those before, but we can automatically create something that's really good. The idea that sort of creativity is some uniquely human thing, that idea is not right. The question, when you peel it back, I think what you realize is the only thing that we ultimately have is defining what the purpose is, because there is no intrinsic purpose.
But is there room for all of us to help define purpose, or is there a small group?
I think that's absolutely right, but there's one issue that you have to address, and that is, look, every piece of technology that I've ever encountered, every advance in computing, is something that can be put to good use, and many of us in this room have been in positions to exploit that. That's wonderful. The problem occurs from a societal standpoint when people begin to lose opportunities for employment because a machine could do a task more cheaply, more effectively, etc., right? And so what happens, we all know that we've already had enormous wealth stratification. We all know that there have been societal changes in the last few decades that have come about as a consequence of technology. And what happens when you put that on fast forward? Because there is it's more than even a generational change in terms of computing technology. It's certainly a massive change in the capacity that we will be able to process. And when that happens, and more people either need to be retrained or need to be repurposed, which is a horrible word to use with people.
Yeah.
What happens from a societal standpoint?
So, I mean, one question is, what of the jobs that exist today, what will they look like in the future?
Right.
And you can go look. I've done a whole study of which eventually I'll actually put out there as a blog or something of what's happened to jobs over the last 150 years, and you see all of these features of history and all these curves of agriculture disappears, healthcare goes up, all these kinds of things. So there's a question of which jobs are going to go extinct quickly.
But so do you buy the argument, or the utopian or dystopian that there's only, we could have a 2.5-day work week, or that there could be mass unemployment, that in other words, do the historical trends apply, or and hence the discussions around universal incomes as a way of people who don't have jobs.
The concept of a 2.5-day work week is just naive. The way commerce works is competition is created for the benefit of ostensibly the consumer or the party that provides the capital, but competition is created, and that competition causes us to work not 2.5 days a week, but 6 to 7 days a week, right? That's kind of the real world situation. I think if there is a solution, and it's something that we just chatted about, it touches on the whole area of just what is a human, what happens to us when, as you, Stephen, put it, it is inevitable that whatever deficits we have as living organisms can be offset by computing.
I mean, that's a philosophical question in some respect, right? We're all closet philosophers here on stage. That you love someone for their faults, but if you have no faults, then are you human anymore?
Oh, we'll still have plenty of faults.
But just to come back to this question about wealth creation and so on. I mean, in a sense, there are countries, places where you can just mine wealth out of the ground, where it's just sitting around there. Okay, we have. With the computational universe that's out there, we have sort of an inexhaustible supply of wealth, and we humans are just starting to learn how to mine that. And that's kind of an interesting economic moment, because it's kind of like for all of humanity, we get something which is kind of a supply of wealth in the same way that a mining wealthy country has had it. And I think that the consequences of that, so then the question is, What will the humans do?
Yeah.
And we can look at different kinds of areas. There are things which involve, for example, repeated judgment calls. Whether it's a radiologist reading an X-ray, whether it's a person making some repeated judgment call in some lower level legal situation or something like this. These repeated judgment calls will be automated probably pretty quickly.
Yeah. And the more rules-based, the sooner.
Yeah. And those are all fairly narrow applications, right?
But they represent a reasonable number of jobs.
Yeah. And then, but I think what people both excites and scares people is talking about more generalized. When will AI match human intelligence? Is often a question people ask.
A different question would be,
it's not a good question.
If you look at the kinds of jobs people do, what do people do, and you ask which of these things can be done better by machines than by people, there are things where it's a question of people persuading people. You actually kind of need a person there to have the sort of commitment that there's actually a person who is trying to convince me to learn something in school or buy this thing or whatever else.
So then, I mean, I just want to try to pin you both down for a minute.
So,
are we heading to a place where there won't be enough jobs, where there will be fewer jobs, and there will be people who do not work?
So let me try it this way. I'm the guy who for years has been saying that AI is an inappropriate label for what we're talking about.
Okay.
It's not artificial, it's quite real. And in its present form, it isn't intelligent. It's a narrow vertical expert system, right? Now, you put enough of these narrow vertical expert systems together and integrate them in some fashion, and you begin to have an object that begins to resemble perhaps intelligence. And as computing capacity and resource grows dramatically over the next decade, that becomes more and more viable, right? So that part of it, I think, is pretty clear. The challenge is that, look, there will always be work for a plumber. I don't think we're going to...
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Really? I think it's a question of
time.
No, I mean, one of the issues that's holding back a lot of jobs being automated is lack of dexterity on the part of robots. That's a problem that has nothing to do directly with computing. It's a problem I think will be solved. I even have ideas about how to solve it. Right.
Yep.
Once that's solved, I don't think there's going to be work for plumbers.
Okay. So that's one more off the list, right? And so by the way, I was going to say plumbers, carpenters, but it's true, I guess, if the robots can have the mechanical dexterity, so to speak, those jobs become vulnerable too. So, the way I articulate it is I have a 3-year-old and 7-year-old granddaughter. And the day they come to me and ask for a suggestion on what they might do for a living when they grow up, I'm not sure I'm going to have a sanguine answer.
Right. I'll tell you what my answer is.
What's your answer? You've got children too.
Yes, right. Well, my children decide what they're doing for themselves. But my general answer to people who ask, what's the future of kind of activities? Think about a field, call it X, whether it's archaeology or zoology. And my claim is there either is now a computational X or there will be. If there isn't one now, that's a really good thing to get into, because every field is being sort of computationalized. What I mean by that is that there's kind of there's a way of thinking about things, there's a way of approaching things that involves kind of structured thinking, data, these kinds of things. And what we're seeing is some fraction of the world has been computationalized, some fraction has not been. That will be a growth area. The people who understand sort of computational thinking, those will be the people who will be able to lead and figure out what to do.
And at scale, the people who, or the entities that best understand computational thinking right now are corporations. You mentioned one of your fears is that corporate greed may lead to some negative outcomes.
And by the way, this is coming from a guy who hates regulation.
Sure.
On the assumption that whoever gets paid to circumvent regulation is always going to make a lot more money, at least in the US and Western world.
Right.
So we are in an area that is totally absent regulation. we are in
so
an area
societal
that's...
organization then is another thing that could be implicitly in peril.
Yes.
And so then how do you safeguard against that? I know, Stephen, you've written about or called for, described maybe, an AI constitution. There are other frameworks out there. Isaac Asimov, very famously gave us the 3 laws of robotics that seem to have held up, but will they still apply?
So I think this is the question.
How do we...
Somebody has to tell the AIs what to do.
Okay.
And let's imagine that, an AI, a box that does computation. Computation is very powerful. You can have a box that's doing incredibly powerful computation, but it is aimless computation unless it is given some kind of purpose. I mean, I happen to have spent a bunch of my life studying the basic science of computation, and out in the sort of computational universe of all possible computations, there's amazing stuff going on, very similar to what happens in the physical universe. Amazing kinds of processes going on. But unless they are sort of channeled for some purpose, they're both largely irrelevant to humans, and they're not competitive with humans either. So the issue is, we have to sort of tell the AIs what to do in this kind of area of, smart contracts and so on, and being able to define, this is what I generally want my AI to do.
But who will do that? I mean,
that's a really good question.
That's my question.
That's a really good question. I mean, so, I've spent some part of my life developing what's now Wolfram language, which is this thing that allows you to kind of just talk about things in the real world in a precise way. I'm sort of working in the direction of trying to make kind of a symbolic discourse language that lets one kind of describe the kinds of things that one would now describe in legalese and so on, and sort of set it up so that one can sort of describe to the AIs what our human preferences actually are. Now, the next question is, so what do we tell them? People have the idea there's some sort of mathematical theorem-like thing. It's a little bit like Asimov's laws of robotics, where it's just like 3 lines that say, here's what we want the AIs to do,
Right.
I don't think, the lesson from human law is it doesn't work that way.
Well, but human law is often contradictory in some ways.
Well, it's also not,
right?
It's not philosophically contiguous. So let me back up just for a second. We talked about Asimov's rules,
right? Do no harm to humans, obey humans, and protect itself.
I think we
thyself.
haven't even begun to scrape the tip of the iceberg, because I'll just give you one really simple example. An autonomous vehicle.
Okay.
Should it preserve itself with 1 passenger, or should it preserve the car it's about to hit with 5 passengers in it? Right? We haven't even begun to address that stuff.
So what would a rules-based solution to that
ethical challenge? That's a classic ethics thing. It's a trolley problem. Right? It's a classic ethics dilemma.
But it is in the eye of the beholder in the current environment. We are not a philosophically contiguous society, and so if you're a corporation and your motive is profit, you will put people out of work and find ways of doing things more efficiently, because your mandate is to deliver earnings to your stakeholders, right? If you are a malevolent government, you can put it to use in other ways. If you are a group of theologians, you will come up with yet a different answer. And at the moment, there isn't one solution for the world, and different parties will put different rule sets against, with different objectives.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I think that, that's why there are different countries in the world. There's a couple of hundred countries in the world. And that's because, maybe there should be 5,000 countries in the world. It's hard to estimate how many countries there should be in the world, so to speak.
And it doesn't say in Genesis that the good guys win.
Yeah. But no, I think that this question of, can we invent the one perfect kind of mathematical set of principles that will determine the AIs for the rest of eternity? The answer, I think, is no. In a sense, what we're seeing with AI...
I'd settle for the next 10 years.
Fair enough. I'm reasonably confident about the next 10 years.
Okay.
I'm not so sure about in the longer future, what we're seeing is we're being forced to look at ourselves and ask, what is the essence of humanity, and what is it that we, if we could define an AI constitution that would be the thing that determines how the AIs are going to work for the rest of time, so to speak, what would we want it to say? Now I was realizing recently, it's kind of a scary thought, because if we look at many of the religious traditions, for example, a few thousand years ago, people said, this is the set of principles that we want to live by. And then a few thousand years go by, and some people say, well, maybe that wasn't quite right, but they're still those same principles. Now, if we decide to burn into our AIs for the rest of eternity a set of principles that we invented in 2018 or something, how does that work for the future of our species?
Well, and we haven't touched on this, but part of what makes us human is our human body, and we're augmenting our bodies with chips inside, longevity, people popping pills at MIT, or are we going to have a merged consciousness with chips implanted in our brains? And does that somehow tie into behavior or impulses? And so that we sort of latch into this big network of, a big computer network in some ways. Is that frightening or encouraging?
It's a huge question, and as I said at the beginning, the nerd in me says, bring it on. I love it, right? Never been more excited. The little voice in the back of my head says, this is coming faster than anyone thought it would, and we have not prepared for it. We haven't put any guardrails on it. We haven't even friggin' thought about it. And I'm delighted that, it's not just people like Bill Gates. Jack Ma is talking about it, Masayoshi Son is talking about it. And if you think we've had a rate of acceleration in technology up until now, you better buckle up your seatbelt, because what's going to come in the next few years is going to come so fast and raise so many questions, both moral and ethical, and societal, and we have to start a process.
I was going to comment. Running out of time.
I want to get one more question.
Right. Okay. So I was just thinking about the ultimate future of humanity, and it's kind of the one version of it is the trillion souls in a box, so to speak. Then the question is, what do those souls choose to do? What do they see as being their life purposes, in the sense of life in a generalized sense? And I have to say, I was very depressed about this sort of view of the future of humanity until I realized something significant, to me at least, which is you go back 1,000 years and you talk to somebody about what their purpose in life was and so on, and then you describe to them what happens today. Many things we do today are undescribable to somebody from 1,000 years ago in terms of why do you walk on a treadmill for an hour a day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What I realized is what I realized is that at any time in history, at any time in sort of the evolution of society, there will be things which seem meaningful to the entities that exist at that time. And I don't think it's the case. If we imagine, we might think the trillion souls in a box will just be playing video games for the rest of eternity, but to them, so to speak, that activity, which to us looks like it's video games for the rest of eternity, can be as meaningful as the activities that we're doing today are to us, but wouldn't seem to somebody from 1,000 years ago. That's my slightly optimistic view of a complicated future.
All right, so you're optimistic, and unfortunately we're out of time. But I wanted to, hopefully we gave you something to think about. The fate of humanity continues to weigh in the balance here, and thank you to Stephen, Erwin. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry, one more thing. There's Erwin's going to do a Q&A after this, out on the Q&A stage to the left outside the center stage entrance. Thank you, everybody.
That was fun.
Please welcome to the stage CEO and co-founder of Collision and Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
I'm going to throw this down and see if I can memorize everything. If anybody at the back wants to filter forward a tiny bit, it'll just allow the last few people to kind of squeeze in. There are 1 or 2 chairs up the very front. We had a tremendous amount of startups from all over the world enter the pitch competition in the months before Collision. We had a fantastic group of investors that helped us take that large number down to 300, and from those 300, we picked 66 startups that pitched over the last 2 days outside. Earlier, we heard from 3 fantastic startups. We had 3 fantastic judges who listened to all of those pitches, went backstage, and spent time trying to figure out which of those startups was the one that for them stood out on this occasion. So I'd love you to put your hands together for the winner of the Pitch 2017 competition, Hazel. Congratulations.
How do I get this? What's happening? Quick share?
Well done. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Yep. Thank you very much. It's a fantastic product. I think it's great. You should go and check it out. I think so many of the startups out there that have competed over the last 2 days are absolutely fantastic. And just a huge round of applause to all of those startups and to all of the judges as well. Thank you very, very much. So before I call on our final speaker, I just want to say a few things. Our next event is really in Hong Kong. We've got an event called Rise that we started 2 years ago. We'll bring together about 10,000 people, for the most part from across Asia, China, Japan, South Korea, India, and a few from Europe and the United States. And you're more than welcome to make the trip. The event that we started 7 years ago is now held in Lisbon. We welcomed just over 50,000 people from about 170 countries around the world to Lisbon last November, called Web Summit. For those of you who haven't been and would like to get incredibly drunk, I'm not going to lie, in Lisbon, it's a fantastic opportunity. We have created a nice PDF that looks like it doesn't involve alcohol and fun and parties. And you can give that to your boss, and it's ultimately quite convincing. And then you can come and hopefully have a spectacular time. I just want to say to my team, to the city, to the mayor, to Chris Schultz, and everybody in New Orleans who's been incredibly helpful to us over the last 2 years. We've had a phenomenal time. We've really enjoyed it. This has been a fantastic event. I've loved the nights, and I hope you too have had a fantastic time. So thank you to one and all. Thank you very much. And now for our final talk on Center Stage for Collision 2017. To tell us what the world needs now, please welcome to the stage Reddit co-founder Alexis Ohanian.
Hello. How y'all doing? That's good. Doesn't sound great, though. I heard my buddy Chris Sacco was here yesterday. How'd that go? Yes. Chris is an amazing dude. I'm very jealous of his beard. I don't know if he knows that, but he knows it now. And we actually have an interesting little shared history. Fun fact, back in 2005, I sat next to Chris at a dinner. It was a YC dinner, Y Combinator dinner. And Steve was on the other side of the table, and he asked us about our little company called Reddit. And we talked for a minute or two. Didn't sound like left much of an impression on him. But about a month later, he actually invited us out to Silicon Valley. So at the time, we were living in Boston in this little apartment. We had maybe $70,000 in total funding raised at this point. This tiny little speck. Made a mix, and Chris was there. He was an incredible host. He showed us around. I mean, we were awestruck because we had just graduated from UVA. again, in this crappy little apartment, working on this project that we didn't even know if it could go anywhere. And Chris just treated us so well. We met with a bunch of people. And Google actually ended up making, I've never talked this on stage, Google actually made us an acquisition offer back then. So this is like 6 months into starting Reddit. Like we had launched literally 6 months earlier. And holy shit, Google wanted to buy us. They were actually planning on integrating Reddit comments into YouTube. Imagine that. They saw this potential. It was just the two of us at the company at this time, so it wasn't going to be some major acquisition. It was basically going to be an acquire. And we were blown away. We ultimately turned it down because obviously, well, we didn't accept it. But it was one of those moments that I'll never forget because it was like being plucked from obscurity and getting this sense of confidence that, oh, well, if we're working on something that right now still feels really small, but has gotten the attention of Google, maybe we're on the right track. Now, incidentally, on that same trip, we also visited Yahoo, this other company that was around at the time. And the executive who invited us there, who shall remain nameless, brought us into the room and had us pitching. And as a little disclaimer, again, Reddit was only 6 months old. So he asked me, he was like, how big, how much traffic do you guys have? We said, all right, well, it's probably maybe 10,000 daily users. It wasn't a lot, just a few months old. And he looked at us and he's like, you guys are a rounding error compared to Yahoo. What are you even doing here? I'm like, you invited us. Like, is that something Yahoo does? Like, you just invite startups in here and then just shit all over them? Like, that's a thing? So needless to say, that meeting did not go very well. I ended up putting that "you are a rounding error" quote on our wall back at the office. And I have to admit, I was a little pleased when I saw on Alexa Reddit surpassing Yahoo in terms of US traffic a few months ago. But it's mostly thanks to y'all. Let's be real. A bunch of y'all helped us get that traffic. But those words, "you are a rounding error," continued to resonate. I don't have a literal wall of negative reinforcement now. I just have a little folder on my computer. But it's still there, and it's still motivating, and it's still a reminder that in this industry, right, great things can start from humble beginnings. And you all, how many of you are founders, just by show of hands? Yes, awesome. Okay, you all know it is a fight to get anyone other than your mom to care about your startup. And everybody is going to sleep on you. They will continue to sleep on you. And hopefully, you will find ways to take that negativity or that, in the extreme sense, that straight hate, and turn it into something positive. So I guess we should talk about this talk. I can't stress enough, though, Chris is an awesome guy. And I heard he even brought beers to his talk. Damn, if this were California, I would have brought something else. But Louisiana, we'll get there. We'll get there. Talking about marijuana. And I know, but I don't want to get in any trouble with the law enforcement. The point is, Chris is an amazing guy, and this is going to be hard to top. So what the world needs now: community, conversation, shitty watercolor. I've had an amazing privilege for the last 12 years to have a front row seat at this thing that was a college project that me and Steve started on, not knowing anything, that, like I said today, is now number 4 in the US and I think 10 in the world, according to Alexa. And Reddit started, though, to shine a light on a lot of things that I've never really been able to understand because I never saw content at scale like this before. I don't think any of us did, right? 12 years ago, before social media, we couldn't really get a glimpse into all of those water cooler conversations that are happening around the country. And the really interesting story that crystallized this for me, and I'll do this with an informal straw poll, was actually pretty recently. How many of y'all either participated in or saw content around the protests around the travel ban at these airports? SFO, JFK, anyone? Yeah. It was a lot of that bubbling up around the social media. And then how many of you all saw this video of a protester, or a UPS man, or a FedEx guy rather, stealing an American flag that was about to be burned on video? Just by a show of hands, how many? Okay, so significantly fewer, but I see you. So this story went viral in a very different part of the internet. But for tens of millions of Americans, this was the meme that was going on. This was the water cooler conversation, not this. Because they're happening at roughly the same time, but it really illustrated, and I had a friend of mine who told me about this, and I was like, wait, a what video? I was like, dude, I'm on the internet 24/7. There's no way I missed some viral video. And he was like, no, just go look. And what I realized was these are my blind spots, right? There were tens of millions of people who were sharing and talking about this story that a whole swath of people on the internet were totally missing out on. And in a lot of ways really crystallized, I think, what happened in elections around the world, but particularly in the US in the last few years, is that we have gotten really, really good at seeking out things that we enjoy, which is good. That's what we like as people. But it's also created these blind spots. And I think it's an amazing opportunity because in practice, this technology should make those conversations seamless. They should make it really easy because it is just software. We don't actually have to all get into a room to talk about this stuff. And yet, we tend to cluster even more. So I want to get into this a little bit. Just some background on Reddit, in case you're wondering if you like data. The big stuff, 280 million monthly uniques, very engaged. Thank you for all of the upvotes and all of the engagement. 53% men, 47% women, and the vast majority under 35. My grandma, still not using Reddit. I'm trying, Grandma Grace. I'm trying. She loves Facebook, but we're still working on Reddit. So the vast majority millennial. And the thing that I've really crystallized now in the last 2 years or so, since coming back to Reddit full-time with Steve, my co-founder and our CEO, is around identity. So I'm going to talk about what's in a name. Who are we? This is me, circa freshman year of high school, clearly spending a lot of time playing on the computer. And before you make any judgments about my haircut, some hipster somewhere is making this look cool right now. So I was ahead of the curve, all right? It's happening, the bowl cut's coming back. But at the time, I got into programming and started building websites. And I was building websites for total strangers on the internet who met me on message boards where I was offering my services to basically build websites for free for nonprofits. And so all of a sudden, these adults would be asking me for help, and I'd be this empowered teenager who knew things that they couldn't do, and it seemed like witchcraft to them. And I thought, this programming thing is really cool, and I learned to code from a bunch of strangers on forums who were giving me free help and free advice. And it really made me think, all right, well, if Purple Turtle 64 helped me figure out how to do that thing in CSS, I'm grateful to Purple Turtle 64. Right? What does it mean to actually have an identity on a driver's license? Well, it's a government name. Those aren't always real, obviously. Nick 11, not real. But this is not our entire self, right? We are more than just our government name. In fact, we as people are very complicated and full of so many different selves. And there have been all kinds of way smarter people who have done the research on this from a psychological standpoint, from an anthropological standpoint. And our government name doesn't really cover everything. And if you think about it, social media up until this point has also really only allowed one very filtered version of ourself out into the world. This is my own Instagram. I'm just going to put myself on blast here. This is a bowl of soup. It's called pho. It's pho. It's nice soup. It's great soup. If you haven't had it, you should. But I probably spent 10 minutes trying to take this photo. The hell is wrong with me? 10 minutes. And I was with someone. And I was like, hold on. Just slide back. I don't want your shadow in there. Let me get that. Okay, hold on. Get on my toes. You've done. If you haven't done this, you've seen someone doing this. And I was like, hold on. There, that's it. And click. Okay, we can eat. Right? And why? Why? Because then I would spend another 5 minutes just filtering it so the soup just popped. So the jalapenos popped just right. Because what? Because I wanted to capture some moment in time to basically create a bunch of FOMO in some people who I know at work and maybe knew in college. And it's interesting because we've created this entire social network that is around connection, but a very superficial, filtered, literally filtered version of connecting, right? It's like cocktail party conversation. We have spent the last decade having a cocktail party with everyone else on the internet where we're basically hitting this type of connection that is, it's like just talking about how great your vacation was or how cute your puppy is. And it's connection, and people need that for sure. But it's not the kind of thing that deeply influences or actually gets people to change their minds, because those are the conversations that take some amount of security and trust. And those things usually take time, they take some kind of extreme circumstance, maybe they take alcohol, but they definitely don't happen normally, quickly. But then I thought again, all right, well, in a lot of ways, pseudonymity, and that is not pure anonymity. We're talking, it doesn't roll off the tongue, but we're talking about like a made-up username, FluffyBunny64, can actually be the basis of real communities. And there's 150,000 communities like this on Reddit, but the moment when this crystallized for me was when I was explaining it. I was like, I have this brilliant idea. I'm gonna explain this to some of our fans, to some Redditors at DragCon a couple of years ago. So Reddit's home, obviously, to some of the largest LGBTQ communities on the internet. And we sponsored DragCon, and I was talking about this very concept to one of the queens who was there. And as I was explaining it, she just rolled her eyes and looked at me and was like, you really, you think this is like some innovative thing? Like, our entire culture and community is based on pseudonymity, right? The identity that I've created for myself means more to me than the one on my driver's license. And that's a really powerful thing for me because it lets me express myself fully, myselves fully. I thought, all right, well, this predates the internet, this predates so much. And yet we've seen it working at scale. This is basically how drag explains Reddit. So there's over 145,000 communities of people just around their passion, sharing whatever is on their mind about beards. For instance, I'm obviously a member of the beards community. People are talking about facial hair routines and all this stuff. And again, they're showing off their best practices to a community of people they only know by screen names. And this seems crazy at first until you realize these are the actual people feeling as free and open to express themselves as they ever could be online. And if you don't like beards, that's fine. They'll grow on you. If you want to. I thought Redditors liked puns. All right, fine. Westworld, people like Westworld. No, wow, really? No, it's fine. This is an amazing, if you don't watch Westworld, you really should. It was the first time I've seen both top-down and bottom-up culture creation because Jonah Nolan, one of the co-creators of this show, also happens to be a hardcore Redditor. And so he was spending the entire time lurking on Reddit and occasionally popping up in the comments as Redditors were deducing entire plot arcs by like episode 3. And this was cool because you've never really seen this kind of virtuous cycle where the creators are now playing a cat and mouse game with their fans in real time because the water cooler was never this big before. I would argue this maybe would have even saved Lost from going to whatever weird place it went. But like there was literally a thread where someone was like, well, hold on. No spoilers, don't worry. Whatever happens to Dolores' paintings every day when she finishes painting them? Legitimate question. Jonah Nolan showed up, actually shared footage that they never aired on the show, but footage he just had sitting on his hard drive showing what happens to all of Dolores' paintings. And so it created this cycle that obviously spun up, and then, by the end of the day, it was all over Facebook and Twitter, and 3 days later, it was on BuzzFeed. And what's so remarkable about this is for the first time ever now, we all have that smart friend. You know who I'm talking about. I watch an episode of Westworld, and I'm just sitting there alone in the darkness, wondering what the fuck just happened. And I have no one to ask what I'm missing. But I can go here and, 1, 2, 3, 4 clock can say, I have this idea, what if ... And if enough people think that theory is good enough, it reaches the front page. It doesn't matter how famous they are, it doesn't matter how good their photos of soup are, all that matters is how good that idea is. And all of a sudden now we have that really smart friend whose idea can bubble up and we can all benefit from. And that's how all of this was happening, and that's how many of us would show up at work the next day with our brilliant Westworld fan theory stolen from some Redditor. And this is great because this is changing the process now. And so Jonah Nolan himself said it changes the way he thinks about the content he's making because now he knows he doesn't have to pander to the lowest common denominator of viewer. It's not just about make it so that everyone can kind of understand what's going on. No. He can actually write things in, shoot things in a way that he knows only a small fraction of people are going to pick up on. But that's okay, because those much more observant, smarter people can now come here to share it with the rest of us. And now we all get lit in on some secret. We all feel better off for it. And it creates this new experience that we've never been able to have. And then there's the food porn. I mean, I already talked about soup earlier, so let's just go in. I don't want to start a controversy here. This is some ramen, though. I want to give equal time. This is a great soup as well. And here's some user named Falune, who happens to be a really expert at ramen. Why? Why share this photo with a bunch of random people who you don't know? No one at work the next day is going to be like, great shot of that ramen last night, right? No one from college is going to be like, man, that person has a really great life eating great soup. No, it's being shared with people who actually care, because it is a self-organized community of ramen lovers. And so we're seeing this time and time again, and what's so exciting is now we're starting to tap into the conversations that we can start. And so in response to the travel ban, I posted an open letter on Reddit, talking about the story of Reddit, talking about my own personal story, because without immigration, there'd be no Reddit. And so at the end of it, though, solicited stories from users. So from the 1.6 million people who saw this post, we generated tens of thousands of comments, thousands of which were rich, amazing stories of their own family's immigration to the US and what it meant to them, and how powerful it was to see all these stories being shared openly and authentically at a place where they could actually get the stage that they deserved. And again, it didn't matter how good their photos of soup were. It just mattered if the story they were sharing was good enough. So we're starting to see more and more of this empathy and understanding, and we're seeing it happen in places that I have total blind spots to. This is the r/Islam community on Reddit. Started spending a little time on there and noticed, hey, a bunch of people were frustrated that there was no hijab in emoji. Seems like a minor thing, but let's be real, emoji are basically the lingua franca of the internet. And for hundreds of millions of people, here is an important source of identity that was excluded. And so by virtue of having this water cooler to sort of peek into, I'm not Muslim, but by having this water cooler to peek into, discovered this young woman named Rayouf. She was, I think, 13 years old at the time. And when she proposed, and yes, there is a proposal process for getting emoji, but she proposed a headscarf emoji. And she showed up to do an AMA on I think it was 2X chromosomes, then one later on r/Islam, to generate interest and generate buzz. Of course, as soon as she did it, it produced a ton of press, a ton of attention, and it actually worked. She actually got this approved, and in the next release of emoji, you're all going to have headscarves now. And this was a teenager with an internet connection and an ability to get an audience and a forum. And for someone who is not a member of that community, I was able to be given the privilege of perception and some understanding and some perspective. And this all happens because of that conversation. And it's that water cooler that we want to stoke, and it's that water cooler that we also need to fight for, because that is the number of times a comment or a message or a post gets submitted anywhere on Reddit and does not get reported by another user. So 0.02% of the time, there is something that gets reported, and we have tools and a team to intervene. Now, we want to get this number as close to 100 as possible. But consider for a minute that 280 million people every month, pseudonymously on the internet, are commenting, are messaging, are posting, and 0.02% of the time, someone is reporting it for being problematic or any conflict with our content policy, which was a really important thing for us to update about 2 years ago, like I said, when Steve and I came back full time. We tightened it around issues where we felt we were stopping people from feeling like they could find their home on Reddit. And it's a deliberately gray line, because frankly, it's the only way to enforce successfully. Because the two components that we needed to influence were trust and safety, which was a team that we created of people whose sole job it is to basically enforce the content policy. When there were violations, these people, both community sort of non-technical people as well as technical people, are enforcing it. And then a community team that can actually do the job of helping build community in all the proactive and positive and amazing ways that happen. But they have to work as separate but in tandem units. And then we developed an anti-evil team. So this is our SEAL Team 6 for dealing with assholes. And it's headed by one of the smartest, hardest working people I know, Dr. Chris Slow. This dude was top of his class at Harvard, undergrad and grad in physics, and he was our first hire at Reddit 12 years ago, and we lucked into him as our first hire. He's brilliant. And he runs this anti-evil team. And people often asked, actually not that often, but every now and then someone would ask, well, why are you putting all of this engineering horsepower, why are you putting, like you just said, the smartest, hardest working person you know, on a problem that's not affecting growth or revenue, right? Those are the two things every startup is supposed to care about, growth, revenue, growth, revenue. And the answer was really easy, because this is a long-term investment in something that will get us to where we actually need to grow and go. And I would much rather sacrifice a little bit of short-term revenue and growth generation for that long-term value of having the most brilliant people in the room working on this problem, because we want to get as close to zero as possible. And so we have this monopoly on online conversation. And it's an interesting time, right? Because every news site is shutting off comments. If you go on most social media sites, people have created followings they don't actually want to hear from. Right? No one is reading comments on Facebook or, God forbid, Twitter or YouTube or even Instagram. It's just full of spam, right? None of these platforms were actually designed for threaded, real conversations with the best stuff bubbling up. And it comes back to that idea of authenticity, which pseudonymity is really uniquely positioned to unlock. And I have a good example of this. Jake, amazing dog, has that saying you may be familiar with it, sucking is the first step to being sort of good at something. It's amazing advice. Although it is a cartoon dog, it is still sage advice. And what Jake knows, and what I think you all know, is that we all suck when we try some new thing. Doesn't matter what. And sometimes it can be pretty embarrassing to be bad at a thing. And so, I don't know, how many of y'all know who this is, just by show of hands? Okay, one proud hand. How many of you know who this is? Yes, okay. So, wait a minute. I just showed you the government name, and one person knew, and I just showed you a pseudonym, and a lot of y'all knew. Now, this is what's cool, right? Because this is the same person. Shitty Watercolor started out, as his name would imply, as a shitty artist. He got a watercolor set for Christmas and wanted an excuse to start learning how to make art with it. But Hector was way too embarrassed to ever sign his name on this stuff, because it was kind of bad, like charmingly bad. So he created a username, which was obviously self-deprecating, Shitty Watercolor, and started sharing art using it, because it gave him the creative freedom to just try and experiment and be shitty, because that was okay. And actually, over time, got really good and did a portrait of the President of the United States that CNN picked up when he stopped by for an AMA. He's actually a really good artist now. I just call him Watercolor. I don't even bother calling him Shitty Watercolor, because he's earned it. But his following, his identity, his everything is not Hector. It's Shitty Watercolor, which is probably a weird thing for him to explain to his parents. But that's what this can unlock. And we know there are more talents, we know there are more amazing ideas and people who have them that haven't been unlocked, that we want to get in front of the world. Hector's not the kind of person who's going to get up on a stage, or the kind of person who wants to put himself out there publicly without having that shield of a pseudonym, of an identity that he was able to construct that sort of separated him but let him be his fullest, truest self. And so this actually led to a major product update, which we're starting to roll out now. And if y'all want to get into the beta, I just figured y'all are working on some cool stuff. We wanted to give people a way to find their voice on Reddit and have a way to basically share content they were working on. So if you've got a webcomic, if you've got a blog, if you've got any content that you want to build around, email my boy Dip, and we'll get you on the list, because we wanted a way for people to be able to contribute content and build an audience on Reddit that is not limited to submitting to a community. Because even that is really daunting. It's essentially the digital equivalent of getting up on stage and being like, hey, r/comics, what do you think? And it's pretty intimidating. So we want to create many more Shitty Watercolors. Or like I said, whatever it is you want to do, the secret is in conversation. And the people we've already seen thrive on this are thriving when they start great conversation. Because, like I said, we've built all these followings on all these platforms, but no one ever wants to hear from them, really. And this will be the first time you'll be able to actually benefit from the wisdom of your crowd. And I'm excited to see what y'all do with it. So when you email Dip, just be like, hey, Alexis told me to email you. It'll be good. I didn't tell him I was doing this, so he's gonna love his inbox. I'm kidding, I told him. All right, but the end goal is we want everyone to find their home and their voice on Reddit. And we still have a lot of work to do, but we are up for that challenge. And we've already come quite a long way. This is 2005 Reddit, a little brutal. See, I got -1 karma. That's because Steve is a jerk. And he downvoted my very first ever submission to Reddit. It's all right. I'm over it. But I knew, I mean, there was only 2 of us in the room, so I knew who it was. And over time, it started growing, it started improving. The interface didn't change a ton, but we started making it a little bit more modern-ish, barely. Yeah, this is really 2009. By 2010, we had actually left, and then 11, 12, you could see. So we left Reddit for this period. Nothing actually really changed. And then we started updating. But look, the improvements still have a long ways to go on desktop, and everyone started out from a pretty basic position. This was early Facebook. Some of y'all hopefully remember this Facebook. These were strange times. Oh man, jeez, especially with the Zuck in the corner, just looking out over everyone. You could totally imagine him in that meeting too, being like, okay, I got this great idea. Let's put my face in the top corner, looking down over everyone as they update and upload personal photos of themselves. They're gonna love that. And then I'll put 1s and 0s over the top so they know that I'm a serious hacker. They'll know how secure their personal photos are. God bless Sheryl Sandberg for getting in there. Because really, I mean, who, right? Who, wasn't anybody in the meeting like, I think this is a terrible idea, Mark? Anyone? No? Anyway. God, I love that. Look, and then there's Twitter. Whew, I know, their stock just tanked another 10% just by me showing this. I'm just kidding, they can't possibly fall any faster. So what's cool about this is it's so clear that someone had just taken their first like clip art class or Photoshop class, because they were like, all right, let's see, we get the drop shadow check. I want this logo to sweat. I mean, unless you're a beverage company, I think it's generally a good principle to never make your logo sweat. And then finally, the physics-defying drops. Like there's a strong breeze coming over. It makes no sense. But look how, and I won't even comment on the weird graffiti text thing down there. What up? Send updates from you. Hey, but this is how it started, right? These all start from humble beginnings, all right? And let that be encouragement. Okay, because we can iterate, we can grow. The key is making something people want. And like I said, Reddit was kind of frozen in time for about 6 or 7 years while we were gone. And I'm grateful to be back. I'm grateful Steve is back. We have a lot more work to do. But we finally, we shipped native mobile app. We didn't have a native mobile app until last year. And tons of you have downloaded it. We're doing 4.5 stars. And it's a glimpse of what is to come. The desktop, everyone always asks. Yes, you probably saw Steve, our CEO's update. Desktop improvements are coming too. But the engagement on mobile is not surprisingly the majority. And one of the things that's most pleased me, though, in the last few years is we have some amazing PMs and engineers at the company who are working on April Fool's Day pranks. I know this seems silly, but these April Fool's Day pranks have been legendary. I don't know how many of you worked on Place. This was, thank you. This, you all made something amazing happen. This was the largest crowdsourced work of art. We basically gave Reddit a blank canvas. 1,000 by 1,000 pixels. The only catch was a user could place a single pixel every 10 minutes. And we all kind of held our breath. I remember Josh Wardle, who's the brilliant PM who had come up with this, when I remember him pitching us, and everyone just kind of was like, okay, all right, we believe. And what happened was just incredible. I mean, this is a time lapse of it, but over time, this was over a few days. Right? Users started coordinating. At first, it was just random, right? At first, the anarchists were like, we've got a giant blue space in the bottom right. And then little Pokemon started showing up, and people were like, leave Squirtle alone. And then you could see the German flag overwhelming the French flag, which is kind of dicey. We've seen this story before, but wait. Then the Belgians showed up, and then there was actually a truce down there. It actually was amazing. The final version looked like this, and you'll actually notice for you history buffs down there. See, look at this. We got Germany and France, and the little EU flag popped up right in the middle. Like, you couldn't have possibly dreamed up something more weird and whimsical and awesome than what millions of people, 1.2 million to be exact, participated in creating together. We didn't give them any directions. We just said, here's how it works. And the team has worked on some of these amazing projects over the years. There was another one called Robin the year before, which was chat. The one before that was the button. Hopefully I'll participate in that. Purple, no judgments. But what's so special here is that this is the only time we've been able to run a social experiment like this. Like, we have hundreds of millions of people connected through community, through shared interests, knowing nothing about one another other than their ideas and their experiences. And it's a privilege to be able to work on it. Like I said, we have some amazing people who, if y'all are interested, I'd love for you to join to work on even more. So it was everything they were doing. And they made puzzles, 3D visualizations. I mean, it was beyond all of our expectations. And so what I hope for, what I really, really hope for, is that we can see more and more of these chances, more and more of these just things where we build rules of the road, we obviously enforce them, and actually see what happens when we can come together and create something far bigger than ourselves. And we hope to do this not just every April Fools, but hopefully far more often. And I hope in the startups and the businesses and even the side projects you all create, you will be looking to do more that shows us how much more we have in common than apart. And this, man, this is throwback. This was us on the first day of Y Combinator. We had no fucking clue what we were doing. We still barely do, or but basically don't. I even had a shirt before we even had a website. Like, why do that? That was a terrible idea. And it was a cafe press shirt, which was just a horrible idea for lots of reasons. But back then, that was what you had to do. And now we still, I mean, this was us at the holiday party. We still don't really know what we're doing, but we are so excited to get Reddit to where we know it can go. And like I said, it's going to be a ton of work. But I think we have a unique opportunity because it is the one place where now at scale, like I said, 4th largest site in the US, people are coming together around their shared passions, and the only things that matter there are the ideas and the experiences. And it's an opportunity that I've seen play out in a few different ways offline. I did a bus tour over the Midwest in the Silicon Prairie back in 2012, just to meet entrepreneurs in the heartland. I really like buses. Did another one in, I think it was like 200 events all over North America for 5 months when my book came out. And so all I've done over the years is basically meet with Redditors, usually over drinks, hearing about why and what it means to them. And I'm so impressed every single time because there are actual real stories from the silly, like, hey, help me pass calculus, to the serious. Like, everyone in my community, online and offline, turned their back on me because I was dealing with alcoholism, and the one place I could go without judgment to find support was on Reddit. And so we obviously want more of that to happen. And it sometimes feels like a pipe dream, and then, you know, we get these moments of data and truth that are heartening. This is a community on Reddit called r/ChangeMyView. In this political climate, it seems unreal, impossible, but there actually was a study, I think over about 4 months, by researchers at Cornell that looked into how often people actually changed their views on this subreddit. So you'd come on and say, I believe blank, blank. I believe the Yankees, no, I believe the Saints are the best football team in the NFL. That's not very sensational. Yeah, well, I mean, all right. I believe that Tom Brady cheated. Is that a good one? All right. but then the challenge is change my view. And what actually happens here every day is people provide the best arguments they possibly can. The best ones get voted up. And 30% of the time, the original poster actually comes back and says, all right, you know what, you're right. I've changed my view. Now, I wish I could say that about my own life, and I know it's not true. I know I fail at that. And yet here it is happening online at scale among total strangers. And this isn't just like, oh, hey, we had 10,000 people do this. There's 280 million every month. And I hope we can get more of this. I am clearly not good at making slides. But I really want us to be able to achieve this for more than 280 million. I want us to achieve this for more than $1 billion. And the way we like to think about it is you come for the cats, you stay for the empathy. We've got a lot of work to do, but I thank you all. And I also want to beat Chris Sacca's record. So I think we have time. Do we have time for any questions or no? Really? Oh, you don't know. Anyone? Okay, we'll take some questions. And then I want to talk to as many of you as possible as I can afterwards. Because I heard Chris was like doing like straight up office hours with everybody. So I want to do that too. So thank you very much. All right. What? Is there no? Can I do questions? 3? Okay. 3, I can do 3 questions. And then if I'd love to hear startup pitches, feedback, whatever, I'll just be chilling down here. Take some selfies. This is cool. I cannot see anything. There we go, with the white cap. Hello. Yes. Okay, so essentially the question was, so she was very interested in knowing more about these echo chambers the internet creates. And Reddit, with its 150,000 communities, basically has 150,000 like-minded communities. How do you get people exposed to these different ones? So this is partially a product, well, this is largely a product thing, but it's also just a perception thing. So there are communities like Change My View where that's the explicit mandate of the community. But then there are others where I think we have a really unique opportunity. Right now, if I submit a New York Times article to 4 different communities on Reddit, there are 4 different conversations on Reddit from each community. And today, navigating to that in the interface is not trivial. Or there's a tab for other conversations, click, it's not great. We're investing a lot in mobile, because obviously that's where all the traffic is. The future that I dream of is where I'm looking at an article, and in typical Reddit fashion, I go right to the comments, because it's like, okay, great, I got the gist of the article, but I want to see what the community thinks about it, right? And I'm able to swipe and basically see what the different perspectives are on it. I love sports, so the analogy I always use is like after the Super Bowl, I could see 3 different conversations around the exact same game, one from NFL fans, one from Falcons fans, and one from Patriots fans, and it was so eye-opening and such good content. Because even though I had no allegiance to any of those sides, I was getting really, really great, a rich perception. That, from a product standpoint, is at least as easy as I think we can make it to try to give people that access, and then obviously making them aware of it. But then the other challenge is just human nature. On some level, we want to always, like as humans, right? We want to be around things that reinforce our preconceived notions. So we have to be really clever about creating content that's just really, really freaking good, that makes us still willing to like swipe or click or just even pay attention to what we're showing them. But we don't have the solution, but we're working on some options. Yes. Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
So, what advice would you give to the next Alexis Ohana?
What advice? Geez. Don't raise more than $70,000, you idiot, because you need to hire people. And even though that's more money than you've ever had in your life, that's not actually a lot of money to hire people. No, it would be, I really lucked out, right? My best friend from college ended up being my co-founder. So many founders get hung up on finding that founder, finding that amazing partner who complements you, who makes you better. So I think then the next challenge would have been making sure that I was having the hard discussions with them sooner, because it's really hard for a 22-year-old to have those conversations. I mean, that's kind of a cop-out, but it was for me. And then it's even harder when they are your friend, because switching that context from you're my best friend, we used to, hang out together to you're still my best friend, but you're also my colleague, and we have to have healthy discussions about this stuff is that shift that's so hard. And I would get executive coaching / mentorship way sooner. I didn't even talk to one until a year and a half ago. And all I do now is push that advice on young founders. So whether it's a mentor, whether it's a proper exec coach, whether it's even just a therapist or a rabbi or someone you can talk to for that outside perspective, that's the other one. And then finally, I would take better care of myself, physically and mentally. Founders, there's so much like hustle porn out there, and everyone, like our version of the beautiful pho is like the 2 a.m. inspirational quote of like over a cup of coffee that's like, I don't quit, I just crush it. And it's clearly like, it's one, it's bullshit, but two, it reinforces this idea that we need to be sacrificing like taking care of ourselves at all costs. And yeah, you gotta work fucking hard, obviously, to be successful. Okay, check, everyone knows that. Beyond that, it's just posturing and frankly just unhealthy. I mean, I personally went through a bunch of stuff during Reddit's life that I wish I had seen a therapist a lot sooner about, because it was years later that I realized, oh, that's what depression is like. That's what depression feels like. And mental illness is still stigmatized a ton in our society, and then the tech industry just makes it even worse, because all of the posturing is about going to events and being like, yeah, I'm killing it, and not actually finding people with whom you can share this stuff and get feedback and literally take time for yourself and exercise and eat well and all that like fundamental stuff, because this is the most important operating system. And I probably spent a decade, I definitely spent a decade just hammering it and really not taking care of any of it at all. And now I'm trying to make up for it. Okay. Oh, thanks guys. I kind of want to stop after that, but yes, okay. Oh, thank you, especially because you applauded. Look, for those of you with your hands up, just come up and talk to me now. But thank you so much. Y'all want to go drink, have some fun. Go to Vertimart tonight at 2 in the morning when you're having a really good time. Get a po' boy at Vertimart. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.